Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Zoning Board of Appeal for January 26th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker, suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx platform. The hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on screen and you will remain muted until administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then you can provide your comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address in the record. Before we commence with the hearing, I'd like to acknowledge the work of our past chair, Dick Dennis, who passed away a few days ago. He was a real estate representative to the board and served for 30 years, 17 as chair. He retired from the board in the early 2000s, and we send our condolences to the family. Today, I'd also like to introduce two new members of the board. Eric Robinson is joining us as a full member of the board, representing and is an architect. He will finally take the position vacated by Mr. Bizzani, I don't know, is it 2 or 3 years ago? So he is finally on board. Welcome, Eric. We'd also like to welcome Hansi. Hansi Beta Baraza is a alternate member of the board, also an architect. So we welcome both of you on today. In the meantime, we would like to thank Mark Ehrlich for his ongoing dedication to reviewing the plans and acting as board architect, and for Tyrone Kendall for pinch hitting when Mark was unavailable. Before we start, let me just check in with everybody. Mark Fortune, are you here?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Can everybody Mark Ehrlich?
Here.
Good morning. Joe Ruggiero?
Madam
Cost-
Chair,
Yes?
Mr. Ruggiero had a conflict for today, so we requested Ed DeVoe appear on short notice.
Okay, thank you.
And I am here, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Costa?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Good morning. Hansi? Is Hansi here? I thought I saw her a few minutes ago.
Yes, Madam Chair, I see her on there.
Okay. Good morning, Hansi. Costa, can you mute? Thank you. Jeff, are you here from the BPDA?
Members of the board.
Good morning. Okay, Mr. Fortune, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the new board members. I'm going to call the first order of extensions, calling the first case, calling BOA 605-455, 734 to 742 Dudley Street. Madam Chair, this did expire in August of 2019. Maybe I think Mr. Small might need to tell us exactly why. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, Business Justice on Poplar Grove. Madam Chair, we're here today seeking a one-year extension of the board's decision for Dudley Street. Madam Chair, a permit was issued by the Inspection Services Department for the project. Subsequently, there were a number of delays. ISD sent us back to the day with regard to some Article 80 issues. Then an extension was given on the permit by ISD. Subsequently, ISD has asked us to come back to get an additional extension from the Board of Appeals.
So Mr. Small, tell us what the project is at 734, 742 Dudley?
Yeah, it's a proposal to put 20 residential units and 3 commercial units with a restaurant with 36A takeout at the location.
Okay, so, we are not big fans of extensions, so please make sure the applicant is aware that, we are extending this because the permit was issued, but we expect that the project will proceed. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for 1 year beyond the termination date.
Second, Ed DeVoe.
Mr. Ehrlich, that would only be, that would actually be August of last year, I think.
I understand that. That's why I made the motion that way.
Mark, it would have expired in August of 20.
Oh, I thought it was August 20 that it expired. Okay.
So August 19.
Okay. Then I would make a motion for 2 years, extend for 2 years beyond the date of termination. Sorry.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second Ed DeVoe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and we are aware of the board's policy with regard to clarify.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 833-835, 6 General William H. Devine Way. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on January 29th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Patrick Mahoney with the business address of 160 Federal Street. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. We are seeking a 1-year extension today. The proposal is it's currently an auto mechanics garage being demolished and rather raised to erect a 3-unit building. The owner is the...
Hold on, Mr. Mahoney. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for 1 year beyond the date of termination.
Is there a second?
Second.
Legris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 818377, 111 Terrace Street. This did expire, was going to expire on January 18th of this year. Name and address for the record, please. Mr. Ross, are you there?
Mr. Ambassador, is Mr. Ross here?
Don't see him in the attendee list. Let me just check on.
Madam Chair, I can come back to that one.
Okay, thank you.
Case calling BOA 874-269-80 to 88 Wells Avenue. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 1st of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joseph Feaster from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street in Boston. I first want to say, again, Madam Chair, I want to join you in the condolences to the family of Dick Dennis, with whom we both served. I want to welcome also the new board members. We're requesting this appeal, and I've definitely learned from the board its policies regarding extensions, and wanted to make sure in this instance to be in compliance with that policy. But I am going to be asking for a 2-year extension from the date of the granting of the board hearing, which was on January 29th, 2019. And the reason for that, Madam Chair, is that in this time of COVID, it has been quite difficult for my client in order to do a number of things. One, dealing with the financing of the project, construction of the project, and it is becoming increasingly more difficult to try to communicate within ISD and with, when necessary, with BPDA, again, because of the COVID circumstances. And while I do welcome the opportunity to make remuneration from my client to come before the board on an annual basis, I would like to save my client some money because of the circumstances that we're currently in, to be able to come back in with a 2-year extension.
Mr. Feaster, I understand your request, and I understand the request on behalf of the applicant. However, we do hope that with the that we will proceed in a thoughtful way on COVID. And we would like to see this in a year. For the only reason is that we need to see what progress is being made. We do not like to have pocket approvals when 2 years later people come and request us, another 2-year extension. So I clearly recognize your request, but may I have a motion for a 1-year extension from March 1st?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, member of the boards. I'm always welcome your wisdom.
Mr. Feaster, and then just for the
Yes.
new members of the board, Mr. Feaster was past chair of the board, and as I understand, sat on the board for a decade. So
Yes.
we see each other frequently.
Well, thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 642-817-101A Morris Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on April 13th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
We should be on the call. Abdullah, can you hear us okay?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, please go ahead, your name and address, and tell us why you're asking for an extension.
Thank you so much. It's Abdallah Sarawiya, and it's 101A Morris Street, East Boston, Massachusetts. Madam Chairwoman, the reason I'm asking for an extension is because I was working on this project, then I lost my architect. He died. And then he was working, just him and an assistant. The assistant moved to California.
Okay, Mr. Abdallah, we get it. Okay. We understand the extenuating circumstances. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year.
Second, Lightgrist.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 771-127, 3 Allen Road. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on February 16th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please. It's 3 Allen Road on the call.
It's supposed to be a Kenneth Goldstein, but I don't see him in the attendee list or in the panelist list.
When is that supposed to expire?
Madam Chair, February 16th of this year.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Okay, let's hold that. Is Mr. Ross on now?
Patrick Mahoney is going to speak for Mr. Ross.
Okay, thank you.
Patrick?
Madam Chair, let me call that brief back into the record, okay?
Yes.
This case BOA 818-377-111 Terrace Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire, well, it did expire, but technically not, on 1/18 of 2021, the governor's order. So name and address for the record, please.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, Mr. Mahoney.
Okay.
Mr. Mahoney, will you put your name and address on the record?
I apologize for that. It's Patrick Mahoney with the business address of 160 Federal Street. I was just talking to Attorney Mike Ross. He was bringing me up to speed and asked me to ask for an extension on his behalf.
Is there a reason for the extension? Because is this the request for first extension?
It's my understanding that it is, Madam Chair. Everything is ready to be paid and the permit will be ready to issue in just a few days. And
Okay,
under Attorney Ross's recommendation, his position is that under Governor Baker's order.
okay, thank you, thank you. We get.
Madam Chair, this is the first extension, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year.
Second, Ligouris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm going to call the 9:30 cases. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals, please? If you could give me the address before you speak. So this is just deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only.
Ms. Ambassador, anybody that you see or who has expressed an interest in extensions or deferral?
Hello, can you hear me?
What's your address, please?
It's 3 Allen Road.
Okay, Madam Chair, this is the extension. I'm going to call it back into the record.
I was
Calling
on
BOA.
mute.
Hold on a second. Calling BOA 771-127, 3 Allen Road. This was due to expire on February 16th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Raza Malik. Thank you for reapplying that. I was on mute and I couldn't get off. I'm just calling for an extension for 3 Allen Road. My wife and I, we bought the property on
Hold on. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year, for a date of termination.
Second,
there-
Ligouris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Madam Ambassador, are there any hands raised for deferrals or withdrawals?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call the first two cases into the record. Calling BOA 113-5696, 85 Horace Street. There is a companion case, BOA 113-5694, 87 Horace Street. This is for 85. Subdivide the existing parcel into 2 lots. The first to remain is known as 87 Horace Street, will contain 3,817 square feet. The second to be known as 85 Horace Street will contain 2,433 square feet and also erect a one-family dwelling at 85 Horace Street. The violation is Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot frontage. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot width. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. This is for 87. It's the same purpose. The violations are a little bit different. This is Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a three-family and a two-family sub-district alteration is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking. Article 53, Section 8, the use and regulations of the size of the existing lot. Article 53, insufficient lot width. And Article 53, Section 9, excessive if they are. It's for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicants, Adam and Deanna Featherston, and I also have Arthur Chu from Chu and Company, the architect in the project. The proposal is, as was mentioned, to subdivide the existing lot at 87 Horace Street and erect a new one-family home for the family at 85 Horace Street. They own and live in currently the existing three-family that's on the lot, just to point that out. As the family grows, they're looking for a one-family. This particular zoning sub-district is a 2F 2000. The total lot size is 6,250 square feet. And the proposed new lot size for the one family would be 2,433 square feet. And it's shown right here on that picture, the site plan right in front of you. The layout is pretty standard, pretty typical of the one family. It has a garage entrance and garage on the first floor, would have storage, mechanical, a playroom for their children, and a front and rear egress to the building. As we go up to the second floor, show that in this plan right here, there's kitchen, living, dining, and a half bath with a rear deck in the back of the building. And then the third floor would house the bedrooms. So there'd be 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. I can go over the violations that were mentioned. The lot width.
Mr. Counselor, this is a 3-story building in a 2.5-story district?
Correct. Yes,
Okay,
that's correct. But we are at 30 feet, Madam Chair, so we are below in height, not in
You know, I am really, Arthur, I note that you're on. If we see one more garage that you present to us that looks like that, I know personally, and I know there are other board members who will just go ballistic. So please pay attention, because we've spent at least the past 1.5 to 2 years talking about how we'd like to see a more permeable door if you're proposing a garage. So I know you're on, Arthur. Please pay attention, okay? Go ahead, Counselor, and go walk through the violations.
Sure. So on the new building, which would be 85, Madam Chair, we are slightly under on lot width and lot frontage. Required would be 25 feet. We're at 24 feet, 33 inches. FAR 0.8 is what's allowed, and we're at 0.87. We are at 3 stories, as mentioned, although we're at 30 feet, but it is a 2.5 story district at 35 feet, so we're under on height, but not stories. And then our side yard, where we meet it on the left side, 2.5 is what's required. We're at 1'6" on the right side. And then because we have an existing building, although it is their family home now, it's all only family, we do have violations on the existing building at 87 Horace. It is a 3-family building in a 2F district, and that was as a result in us taking over 25% in lot changes to the building that brought that out of that pre-existing condition. FAR, it's existing at 1.44, 0.8, as I mentioned, is allowed. Side yard, again, pre-existing because we're not changing it, but it's 1'8" on the left-hand side. And then just parking, we're not providing any new parking.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look fine. I do have a couple questions. Can you explain the width of the curb cut? It looks like you're reusing the existing curb cut. It's not been mentioned on the plans.
So there is an existing curb cut that's there, but we are proposing, about 13 feet for the driveway for the garage entrance on the front. And then that would be for the car, and then behind that would be the playroom and the exit.
This, a driveway entrance into a garage on this street in this area seems to be an anomaly. I think if we're going to approve this, I think we should reduce the size of the curb cut to be minimal. And it seems like you're reusing that, but I think it should be reduced to the minimum size, which would be closer to a 10-foot curb cut.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico has spoken on this, so to Mr. Robinson's point, I will read it into the record. Although they are showing only one space, I agree with the plan because there was already a curb cut in place, and if they were denied because of this, there would be actually less space for residents to park on Horace Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on September 21st where the abutters expressed strong support for this proposal, and also Harborview Neighborhood Association voted in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this case?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have one letter of support and 3 letters of opposition.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Mr. Fortune, what's the opposition based on?
There is no definition. It just says oppose the project. That was it.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please? And the BPDA recommends approval with design review.
Motion to approve with design review.
Second, Ligris.
May I have also a very specific motion in there to minimize the curb cut?
So moved.
Is, okay, and there's a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So, Madam Chair, it's Jeff Hampton.
Yes.
So I am going to take Mr. Robinson's recommendation of a 10-foot curb cut and put that as a proviso. It doesn't have to be formally, but that's what I'll tell the design review.
Thank you, and as you know, we've always talked about those garage doors.
Yeah, oh yeah, that goes without saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next 2 cases, calling BOA 1113883, 64 Rutland Square. There is a companion case, BOA 11881, 64 Rutland Square. This is erect a roof deck with a hatch access and rear decks. The violations, Article 64, Section 9.4, Townhouse Row House Extension. We also have building code. This is the 9th edition, 780 CMR 1011 stairways, 1011.12.2 roof access. Where a stairway is provided to a roof, access to the roof shall be provided through a penthouse compliant with section 1510.2. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
John Moran, Alpine Advisory Services, Alpine Way, Boston, Mass. Madam Chair, we are seeking a variance under the building code to install a hatch rather than a head house.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Moran. Mr. Ehrlich, I know this is Mr. Robinson's first day on the job. Can you help with this one, please?
Yeah, I make a motion to grant building code relief. The board always prefers a hatch to a hen house.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Moran, please speak about that roof deck. What's the dimensions?
We're seeking, the zoning violation is that we're seeking a conditional use permit to install 2 rear decks, one at the parlor level and one at the second story level. They will project 6 feet and be supported by brackets conforming to the usual design acceptable to the board.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Curcioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held in September of 2020 where no issues arose. The applicant also has the support of the Claremont Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-9216, 400-416 Commonwealth Avenue. This is to demolish and remove the existing wooding wall, the footer, and the foundation wall, construct and install a new reinforced footer, foundation wall, and wooden structural wall on the Charles Gate side of Somerset. The violation is Article 19, Section 1A, fences, walls, 6 feet are not allowed. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Matthew Gaines from the law firm of Marcus Arrico, Emmer and Brooks, 45 Braintree Hill Office Park, Braintree, Massachusetts. I'm the attorney for the applicant, the Somerset condominium. A little background, the inspection was done on this building facade and related appurtenances a couple of years ago. It's determined that the wall along a portion of Charles Gate East is slowly tipping toward the sidewalk. The existing wall is 10 feet. And as indicated on the plans in the application, the client desires to replace the wall with a new 10-foot wall. Obviously, the Boston zoning code does not allow walls greater than 6 feet. As such, we have requested a variance.
Okay, hold on. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine, and they are basically just replacing what is there.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shanice Pimentel with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal received full support from the community, including a letter of non-opposition from the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay. We have no further questions or concerns, and the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one. Oh, go ahead.
Karen speaking.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Nisa Wasabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 4 letters of support.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand. Lauren Burby. Hi, Lauren, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Lauren Brody. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I work for Councilor Box's office, and she's in support of the proposal. The applicant has contacted the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, who are non-opposition to the appeal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one more raised hand. Susan Prindle. Susan, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, Sue Prindle, 140 Marlborough Street. I'm speaking for the Neighborhood Association of Back Bay. We are in support of this proposal. We usually strongly support the 6-foot height limit on walls, but this is between side yard of the building and an off ramp from Charles Gate, and it seems like an ideal place for a high wall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-5213, 540 to 542 East 4th Street. This is to build a 1-story garage addition at the rear of the existing building. The violation is Article 68, Section 8. Usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Yetman here, please put your name and address on the record.
He's on as a panelist. John, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is John Yetman. I live at 538 East 4th Street, South Boston.
Tell us what you're proposing to do, please.
Yes, I'm proposing to build a one-story single-car garage at the rear of my property located at 542 East 4th Street.
And tell us the dimensions of the garage.
The dimensions are going to be 20 feet width and 15 foot on depth. And the height will be approximately 8 feet on the low point and 10 feet on the high point.
Sorry, is there an existing curb cut?
Yes, there is.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Calero from Councillor Flynn's office. The councillor would like to go on record in support due to a good community process and positive feedback and support from neighbors and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, City Council Anissa Asabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam
Chair.
No raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary, we have 2 letters of support.
Okay, and the BPDA recommends design reviews. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-1883, 8 Lily Street. This is raise the existing single-family house to erect a new 2-family house with parking on ground level. The violation is Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading. Article 68, Section 34.2, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 68, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 3, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, could you please mute your phone or your computer? Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the front yard's insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, side yard's insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard's insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, lot area is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the additional lot area is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Is Mr. Monahan on?
Don't see him.
Sorry, members, good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair. This is Attorney George Moranci. I have a business address at 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I represent David Moynihan. I also wish to acknowledge the unfortunate passing of Mr. Dennis. Working with him in the early 90s, he taught me a great deal about zoning and about the board. He was a great board chairman and a great person. Madam Chair, members, my client currently owns this property at 8 Lily Street. Is at the corner of Tudor Street. Tudor is a very small street, as is Lily Street. He would like to replace his existing single family with a 2-family dwelling. The lot size is 1,140 square feet. My client's proposing a 4-story building with ground floor parking. The parking would be accessed via garage doors on the Tudor Street side. There would be 2 units, an 865 square foot 2-bedroom on the 2nd floor, and then the owner's unit, an 822 square foot 3-bedroom occupying the 3rd and 4th floors. There'd be pocket balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and there would be a deck on the roof of the 3rd floor. It would be accessed by a slider from the living area on the 4th floor. Madam Chair, there's an existing curb cut on Tudor Street, which is being proposed to be widened, which I understand might be of concern to the board, as might be the two garage doors. There are 2 parking spaces in the garage. I assume that if this were to be approved with design review, that the BRA could look at the situation with the curb cut and the garage entrance, whether that could be modified to something that might be more pleasing to the board. With that, Madam Chair, members, I'll pause and take any questions that members may have.
Okay, so this is a 4 stories in a 2.5 story, or is it a three-story?
There's no story limitation. This is zoned multifamily residential. There is a 40-foot height limit, and we do trigger a zoning violation because the building was designed to be 42 feet. So it's actually 2 feet over because of the 12-foot first floor. In terms of the setbacks, they're the same setbacks as presently exist on the current building on both the Tudor and the Lily Street sides. And then there is the required setback on the left side of the building, as there is now. There's an alleyway there between the existing structure on the left and the proposed building.
And one of your violations is the size of the parking space. Can you explain that?
Yes, they're 8.5 by 18 rather than 18.5 by 20.
8.5 by 18 rather than 18 by 20?
Rather than 8.5 by 20. So they're 2 feet shorter. Yeah, they're 2 feet shorter than as required by code.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I do have some question related to the public process and how the abutters meeting went. The building appears tall, even though I understand the violation is only a couple feet. The neighboring buildings are much smaller and they have a pitched roof. So I'd be interested in understanding a little bit more about the public process.
Madam Chair, I can address that, George Morency. Mr. Robinson, the public process went very well. Obviously, I would let the mayor's office and representatives of the councilor's offices speak to that. We did have an abutters meeting. There was one person across Tudor Street who did not make that meeting but expressed concerns after the fact. My client met with that abutter and reviewed plans with her. She then followed up by emailing Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services that she was satisfied with the design.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. As Mr. Morency said, the abutters meeting went very well, and the applicant worked with all of the abutters and got all the support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record for due to a positive community process and abutters meeting and a willingness to meet with additional neighbors who reported no issues or concerns. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Jeff Hampton, would you like to go on record, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton, Boston Planning and Development Agency. We recommended denial without prejudice. We believe that the applicant has adequate use of the property now. We're not a big fan of the garage doors, the increase of the driveway in size, sheer number of violations, and lastly, the bays that cantilever over what was depicted on our plans as public space. So even though it's not on the first floor, for all those reasons, we recommend denial without prejudice.
Thank you. Given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
I guess I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice. I'm a little concerned about the garage design and the curb cuts, and I think it needs to be revisited. It's a very, very dense neighborhood.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-9025, 564 East Broadway. This is a change of occupancy from 3 residential units and office to 3 residential units and 2 offices, and renovate the former living area basement space on H Street side. The violation is Article 68, Section 7, office in the basement is conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse. My office is Lacasse Law LLC at 75 Arlington Street in Boston. This building is at the corner of East Broadway and H Street, and as you can see on the H Street side, the slope of the land is significant, such that the rear of the building basement space is essentially fully exposed and street walkout level. There's a separate entrance and 3 windows for the proposed office use on the lower level. The space would be approximately 450 square feet. And in the MFR/LS subdistrict, offices in the basement are conditional, provided that they have a separate entrance, which this one does. The ground floor of the existing building is a real estate office, and the upper 3 floors are residential uses, and there's no change to those. Previously, this board granted a conditional use for the real estate office on the ground floor in November of 2017. And as part of that process, the then owner of the building discontinued what had been an illegal basement apartment unit in this space. The current owner proposes to upgrade the space and turn it into a professional office for property management or real estate development office.
And this is not going to be one of those flexible spaces that are popping up all over the city?
No, this is specifically going to be an office space, and the change of occupancy will reflect that.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I do have a question. The exterior, the doors and the windows and the grates, is there going to be any exterior upgrades? Because it's not noted on the plans.
Yes, the grates will be removed, and it will be substantially enhanced as would any street level office space. It'll look 1,000 times better.
Great, thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, this is Hansi speaking. I do have a question regarding ceiling height. What's your existing ceiling height?
I don't have that cross section, but it's office space.
Okay, I just wanted to make just an observation that I know it's for private use in terms of an office space and not necessarily to the public. If you can think about accessibility, employee accessibility, that would be great.
Understood.
Yeah. So if you have the full height, you can actually raise the floor and provide free access.
Excellent.
I'll pass that along to the owner.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support due to a good community process and positive abutters meeting with no issues or concerns reported. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have one letter of opposition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, see no raised hand.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, could I just ask one more question? Mr. Lacasse, how are you going to ensure that newly renovated basement area remains for office use and does not get converted to living space?
The current owner actually plans to use the office space for his property management and development offices.
Yeah, I know, but we, as you know, we make our decisions based on the property, not on the owner's wishes.
Understood. There's only a half bath, there are no cooking facilities, and it otherwise is not being designed for residential use.
Okay, and I think you've seen the BPDA recommendation that no approval with proviso that no building code relief be granted. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with no building code relief.
Hansi, I guess your recommendation was advisory about raising the floor?
Yeah, just to think of accessibility and just that entry, so it's not a hazard. Because the steps are so close to the front door.
Okay. So there's a motion for approval with no code relief. Is there a second?
Second, DeVoe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-1787, 500 East 8th Street. This is to extend living space into the basement. Proposed unit 1 will become a 2-bedroom and modify a head hatch to a head house and renovate the existing roof deck and extend deck to approximately 6 feet. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions, Article 68, Section 8, a floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. John Barry from the law office of John D. Barry, PC. The business address is 400 Granite Ave in Milton, Massachusetts. With me today is the architect, Shane Losey, who works for Chu and Associates, Chu and Company at 1 Billings Road, Quincy, Mass. 02171. Before I start the presentation, I just want to clarify for all the board members that a head house was designed away before this was filed. So there's no head, it's just a head hatch with a roof deck that's being proposed. What is the crux of the proposal here is the homeowners are proposing to extend living space into the basement, making the first unit, a bi-level unit on the first floor in the basement. What the basement is going to be housed with is a extra bedroom and bathroom, making that unit a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, roughly 810 square foot unit. Unit 2, there's no work that's being proposed. And Unit 3, which is the 3rd floor, there's some slight movement of a few things on that floor, nothing that big. And really what's being done here is the head hatch that was originally installed is being renovated due to some work that needs to be done. And the existing roof deck is being proposed to be widened by 4 feet and made longer by 5 feet.
So has this address been to this board before?
Not that I'm aware of, Madam Chair.
Okay, so tell us about the floor to ceiling height in the basement and floor to sill height in the basement.
What I see on the drawings here is that the ceiling height is 7 feet 9 inches. I believe Mr. Losey is on the call. If Mr. Losey can address the floor to sill height.
Yes, that's correct. The bedroom in the basement will be 7 foot 9 inches.
And floor to sill?
It varies. So if you see the elevation, in the front of the house, it is about 4 foot 3. As you go up the side street, it's about 5 foot 6. But then in the back, there's a walkout full light door in the back of the unit.
And tell us about the sill height in the basement, in the bedroom, sorry?
Again, that was the same. So that bedroom is open to all 3 sides of the building. So in the front, the sills are again about 4 foot 3.
Okay.
And
Okay, thank you. And to confirm that it is going to be a hatch, not a head house?
That's correct.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The The plans do not show the sill height, and the site is sloping on the adjacent street. It doesn't appear to me that the drawings are consistent with the grade showing the elevations at the sidewalk. And I also have a question on the rear. So are you proposing to excavate on the back side in the small, is that a shared access way?
Yeah,
Can you explain the back a little bit to me?
Yeah, so on the back, it's an existing step down, which you can see. So the existing rear elevation on the left, and you see on the right where we're adding the second door. So that door will be open to that bedroom. There's a walkout. So it's basically a walkout basement in the rear right now with the existing step down.
So the step down is existing, but that's on your property, not in the 3-foot wide passageway that's existing?
The passageway.
Is that the passageway?
The passageway is on our property.
Got it. And that's what's currently stepping down?
Correct. And so we have the setback because that passageway is on our property.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board?
Why is the floor to sill height in the basement 4'3" when it's 44 inches is what's code calls for?
It's 44 foot, so that's for the egress. We have a full walkout door in the back, so the egress windows aren't required because we have a door that accesses the rear of the unit. So we have a door. We have a door to the outside in the back.
Yeah, no. I understand from the egress point of view. I'm actually sort of more thinking in terms of this light. If you have the room to drop the sill of the window, why wouldn't you do that?
We don't. Well, we don't in the front. So the building.
I asked about the rear.
Oh, the rear is full. So it's a passageway, so we necessarily don't have the right to drop that any lower, and then the stairs wouldn't work up against that window, but the door we're proposing, which is a full height door, is a full light door as well. So it's basically, a 80-inch tall window.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Ehrlich?
Yeah, I'd like the answer, but it answers my question.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I do have a question. For the expansion of the roof deck, if you're across the street, would you be able to see the railings? Because I see that you are setting it back 3 feet and 2 feet at the rear. And looking at the context, you don't really have roof decks currently in the neighborhood that you can see.
So we are pushing it out just because of the roof deck. It's such a narrow building. It was already a tight roof deck, so we pushed it out, but we're using glass railings to minimize the view from the street.
Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. Would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support due to a good community process in which the project received support from neighbors and abutters, as well as the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. They also presented to the Dorchester Heights Neighborhood Association, who also reported no issues. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Thank you. Given that information, let's see, the BPDA recommends approval with no code relief and design review. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
For a second?
And make sure there is the code, no code relief on that, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know the second
Good
one.
luck.
Madam Chair, who seconded that motion?
I would assume Mr. Robinson, since he did add an additional proviso.
Sorry, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 114-0239, 50 Rogers Street. This is constructing new 3-story, 2-family dwelling with new foundation, condo 1 on basement and first floor, condo 2, second and third floor, interior front stairs to all levels. There's a circular staircase in the rear from the ground to the third floor. The violations, Article 13, Section 1, lot area is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 13, Section 1, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the front yard is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, rear yard is insufficient. Article 13, Section 1, the building height is excessive in stories. And Article 23, Section 1, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Is anybody here representing this project? Is Mr. Endicott on?
This might be William Mohan.
Okay.
He's on. Mr.
Yes, Mr. Endicott and Mr. Ferrara, the designer, are available to be, they can unmute.
Okay.
Unmute them.
Please put your name
Yes,
and address for the record and tell us what's being proposed.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair. This is William Mohan. Address is 59 Carding Road in Norton, Massachusetts, representing 50 Rogers Street LLC. The Endicotts are available to speak if necessary. This is our second bite of the apple at this address. I was surprised with the design review rejecting it the first time. And so when we came back with the second design, we went first to the design authority to have them look it over, see if there was any problems with that. And we met and talked with Ms. Hensley, Marquise, and Mr. Canizzo to get their feel if they saw any problems with this design. And they all said they did not. So we then proceeded to file in the coming before you today. It is a 2-condo development with the basement and first floor comprising condo number 1 and floors 2 and 3 comprising condo number 2. The dimensions of the building have been reduced from the first design so that they are exactly the same dimensions as the building we demolished. And I don't know if you remember, this was a building that it was condemned by the city. It had been sitting there for about a decade, used as a flop house and drug den. And
so, Mr. Mohan,
yes,
and thank you for the reduction and coming in with a proposal that's more contextual. Tell us about the square footage of each of the proposed units. Yeah.
The units are pretty dimensional, the same size. Looking at
Can everybody please mute?
Can you unmute Mr. Ferrara, Carlos Ferrara, who is the designer? He is.
Yep, Carlos, analyst. Carlos.
Yes, hi. My name is Carlos Ferreira. I'm the designer, the 24 Spice Street, Charlestown. I prepared the plans for the project. Each unit, it's about, we use the same footprint of the existing building, so they about 25 feet by 28 and a half. So each floor is 712 square feet. So each unit is going to be about like 1,400 square feet with like 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and tell us about that spiral stair that you have in the rear.
So the idea for that is that we need like a second means of egress for the unit on the second floor. So we have like a deck, and because we don't have enough space for like a conventional stairs, we actually proposing to have like a spiral staircase for a secondary means of egress of the unit on the second floor.
Okay, and tell us about the proposed ground floor unit. Tell us what the plans are for the basement. Is there a bedroom in there, or what is the use of the space?
So like the unit on the first floor, I mean, as you enter into the building, we're gonna have a kitchen and a living room, and then the stairs that goes to the basement where we have like the 2 bedrooms. And then we are proposing like window wells for the bathrooms. On the area, I mean, we actually have like a setback of like about 3 feet against the building on the left of the property, and we have like more space on the right of the property where we're proposing like a large window well so we can have accessibility for the windows and enough space for lights.
And how tall is the building proposed to be?
I have 32 feet, 2 inches, Madam Chair.
So if it's, and so you're allowed, okay, so you're basically within the height limitation. Tell us about the rear yard, because as I saw the plan, it looked like you may have a very small rear yard. Is that true?
Yes, I mean, we only have like about 8 feet of setback on the back.
Okay.
So I mean, the sort of the open space area for the units are going to be like the deck, which is about like 5 feet.
Okay.
And then the unit on the first floor is going to have like a larger, like a patio on the back. But the backyard is only 8 feet mostly.
And are you proposing a roof deck?
We're not proposing any roof decks.
Okay. What were the plans, Mr. Robinson?
I think the plans are there. I don't think there is enough information on the lower unit clearances. It shows about 2 feet from the grade to the raised first floor, but there's no information. I don't know how high the window sills are. I don't know how large the window wells are. I'm not comfortable with the lower level being occupied with basements. You can even see in the renderings, they're not shown because I assume they would look not great because they're below grade.
Mr. Robinson, this was one of the changes that we made in dealing with the design authority, the windows. They wanted to see more windows, more light, and we did that as a result of their suggestions. Interior staircases, as a result of their suggestions. We addressed every single concern or suggestion that the design authority had and made
Thank
it
you.
to.
I actually have no problem from your first floor up. I don't have a problem with the project in terms of the building itself. I'm worried about the basement level bedrooms.
The window well is 7 by 14, so there's plenty of space for the window well on it, and there's enough clearance on the site on the plot plan for the window wells.
You know, that we have as a board a conceptual issue with approving new construction with living space in the basement. And this is something we are seeing across the city. So you just need to know that this is where this board is coming from, and we are fairly consistent with that with new construction.
We would be happy to go, if the design authority wants to review this again, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I was just wondering, is there another, can we pull up a rendering? Do we have something else available to take a look at?
Just 1 second in here. Can I share my screen? Oh, that's I mean, can we raise the building so like it would be like a.
We're not going to deal with design issues here. We're just going to look at it conceptually. You will sort out depending on how the vote goes, sort out any issues down the road. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We're in full support of this project like we were the first time. The community is in full support, and they really want to see something go here because it is like an abandoned building. Obviously, they've done work to it since the first time, but the whole community and the Mayor's Office would really like to see something go here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe you also are in receipt of, you should hear from Councilors Flynn and Flaherty, who both indicated support. I believe you also have a letter from Councilor Flynn.
Can you hold on, please?
Certainly.
Anna, you on?
Yes. Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Macalleron from Councilor Flynn's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support based on a positive community process and compromises on both sides. These include a good faith effort such as elimination of the roof deck and agreeing to park construction vehicles in an open lot in the area during the construction phase. His willingness to work with neighbors and abutters substantially led to unanimous support of the Andrew Square Civic Association as well. Thank you.
You?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council at Large Michael Flaherty, echoing Councilor Flynn's comments, Councilor to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office would like to go on record in supporting the Andrew Square Civic Association, which sent us emails asking us to support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have a letter from Senator Collins in support as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Thank you. Given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
Well, given the strong community support, I guess I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I'm going to suggest that the BPDA design review consider the elimination of living space in the basement.
Is it consider or require no living space in the basement, no bedrooms in the basement?
I'm willing to go either way.
May I
Well, I think that's an important distinction for this proviso.
Okay.
Because it would be one of those things where if we decide to eliminate the living space, the proponent can come back and say, well, it was just a recommendation.
Yes, and let's go ahead and say let's eliminate the bedroom in the basement, bedrooms in the basement.
Jesus Christ.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Ehrlich?
I'll accept that.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next case, calling BOA 886-016-882 South Street. This is a change of occupancy from 6 apartments, 2 stores, restaurant 36A to 6 apartment store to restaurant with 36A and adult use cannabis dispensary. The violation is Article 67, Section 11. The use and regulations, the cannabis establishment is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mitch Rosenfield, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Fairway Botanicals at 882 to 886 South Street in Roslindale. I'm the CEO.
So tell us, give us details on the proposed projects. Tell us how many square feet, your hours of operation, how will you control the demand? Will you have online delivery? And I'd also like to know if the owner of the building is on this, at this meeting.
Yes, the owner of the building is on the meeting. His family owns the building. That's Rick Oateson. He's also my business partner, the COO. The space is, we are renovating an existing facility. We don't plan any structural changes aside from the facade outside and then the interior. We are going to change, as you see the plans there. We're looking at approximately 1,100 to 1,200 square feet on street level and a similar footprint in the basement. Basement will be primarily office, vault space, and packaging. And as product comes in, we will do random off-hour deliveries that come in most likely through the front door. This is something that we have to cross-check with the CCC. We have two different options for this. There's also a driveway with a path that goes to the back door where the employee entrance is. That might be another option. We need to just check with our attorneys and with the CCC to see what best fits that scenario.
So please tell us about how this facility would operate.
Yeah, what would you like to know exactly?
When we see these projects, we want to know where the check-in is, what your hours of operation are, how do you control for crowds, all those kinds of details.
Our hours of operation are going to be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is pretty similar to the store next door. We're surrounded by a liquor store, a coffee shop, pizza place, and a Chinese restaurant, all with similar hours.
Is this going to be 7 days a week or what?
7 days a week and shorter hours on Sunday, we're anticipating, so. Probably a 11 to 7 or 12 to 6 situation on Sundays. And then if you enter the facility to the right, you'll see the two doors, and there will be, it's called a man trap entrance. You get buzzed into the front door, go in, have a check-in process with security where ID is presented, and then once your ID is scanned and you are signed off on, you get to enter the facility. So basically only one person will be allowed in that entry vestibule at a time. We will have, so they enter the facility to the right, go up, and there's, you can kind of see the pathway through the store, and there will be somebody monitoring the exit where they exit a different door of the facility, and that won't be able to, nobody will be able to enter that part of the facility. Just will be exit only, and there will be somebody monitoring that door. The facility will be covered with cameras. Almost every inch of the place has to be covered per CCC regulations, so that will be covered. We're using Platinum Security, which has done a number of cannabis facilities throughout Massachusetts, and it guarantees acceptance through the CCC. In terms of our crowd maintenance, we have the ability to go, if you're looking at this from the front, we can maintain a line that goes down and stays on the property borders. And that goes down, and you'll see there's a sort of an alleyway to the right. It's a little one-way street, and the sidewalk that borders this whole lot goes down there. It's a very out-of-the-way street. It's not going to be going into any sort of...
I'm sorry, so the line you're anticipating will go past the Chinese restaurant and down the street? Is that what you're anticipating?
Exactly, yeah. We're not anticipating too much of a line as these facilities continue to open. I mean, this is going to be a year and a half out based on the applications. We're not anticipating too much of a line, but if we do in fact need to control the line, that's the direction we're going to take with it.
And I'd like to ask Mr. Overseen, how long have you owned this property?
My family's owned it for about 40 years. The Chinese food place on the corner used to be Texas Barbecue, and the other side was extra storage, and my dad's plumbing supplies with the steel grates. And
well, I regularly walk from my house, I'm a Rosendale resident, to the Arboretum past your property. When that Chinese restaurant came in for its takeout, we required that all those grates be removed. That's never happened. And they must have come in, I don't know, I want to say 15 years ago, a while ago. And that property has always represented a very negative face to the community. And why should we consider this that will finally highly benefit you when you've presented a very negative face to the community. And I'm not meaning you personally, but the trust or whatever it is for, for the past as long as I can remember. And I know that, Green Tea finally got developed. That new housing is going up 2 doors down. And the side street is a frequently used side street. It's a very narrow side street, and cars often park up on the sidewalk. So I think there is a whole bunch of issues that have not been solved in this. As you can tell, that I'm not sure why this property should be helped in any way when it's been a terrible neighbor to the community. So can you speak to that? And honestly, when the Chinese restaurant came in all those many years ago, we were hopeful something would happen with those grates and with that entire frontage. And you know what? They went in and nothing happened. So can you explain why it's been in such a constant state of disrepair for a neighborhood where there's elderly housing across the street, and for the most part but for this few stores here, fairly residential?
We had a couple people come in. They wanted to open a tanning salon and another pizza parlor, and we were going to work with them, but it never worked out a couple of times. Mostly my dad, when he retired, it was basically used for plumbing supplies. And then he's 72 now, and the business is closing down. So instead of being plumbing supplies, we had an opportunity here to make it into something a whole lot better. And when we went to the grates, have been an eyesore forever. I've painted them. I don't even know how many times, but we want to take everything down. We just haven't yet.
If I could speak to that a minute too, it's just, the economic viability of trying to renovate, it needs a pretty substantial renovation. And this may be one of the few instances where we might benefit from the reward of doing that. It's not easy to renovate the space because it's in pretty bad disrepair, but we're hoping that we can get that done and see a return for the effort. So.
Well, there are 6 units above, and I'm sure that, over the years, as a good neighbor, there could have been some way of presenting a stronger face. Green Tea has been a phenomenal asset to the neighborhood after looking at that space all these years. But honestly, this space has
I agree. That's
an issue. So going back to this proposed cannabis facility, tell us again, how do you anticipate dealing with the lines? Because that side street is heavily used. The bus makes that turn down that street. People park up the sidewalk, and this has been going on for a long time. Everybody knows not to go to the light and make the left. Anybody who lives in the neighborhood knows not to go to the light and make a left. They make the left onto here. So tell us how, given all these facts, you are going to control for lines outside your facility.
Well, the line would be on the curb, on the sidewalk of the property the entire time, which is, it actually goes down to, there's a spot that goes down to a driveway if needed. Again, I don't think we're going to see too much of a problem with lines by the time this gets open. But if we do anticipate that, we really think that would be adequate enough to go down the side of the building. And in terms of where anybody could put a line for a cannabis facility, it seems like it's relatively an easy solution for that. And if there's, the line's going to go somewhere, it seems like that street is about as ideal as it could get. But I also like to say we do have curbside pickup plan. That's something that's really taken off during COVID, and there's that's a huge benefit to these places, and we intend to keep that going. You order ahead online, and then you could just come and pick it up at the security vestibule.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are minimal. It does not speak to any of the exterior upgrades, but in terms of their use, they're fine. I have one question in terms of this line question. Can you explain to me the small outdoor space to the left of the facility that seems to wrap around behind? It's not shown on these plans necessarily.
Yes.
Employee entrance is, I mean,
Yes, there's a small gate to the left of the building, and it's almost like a narrow alleyway. And the alleyway continues all the way past the residential area over to the driveway. So employees could enter that side. It doesn't do well for a line just because first of all, it goes by the exit door, which is a bit confusing, I think. And that area is, to take a line back, you'd be taking it back towards the residential entrance to that building as well. So.
Your building, though, your residential entrance.
Yes.
But there is an abutting residential use, right?
There is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
I guess just to orient myself, what is the distance from, looks like there's a ball field and a playground behind this building. What's the distance there?
I'd say it's about 150 yards or so.
Fallon Field, just to step in, Madam Chair, is only a couple hundred feet. And to your point earlier, with respect to South Walter Street, I took a look at the location, I drove by it. It is a fairly narrow street, and then it becomes a one-way at Robert Street because of Fallon Field. So we've got a densely populated residential neighborhood behind there, abutting a residential, a large field. And then, as you've mentioned, this is a busy intersection. How many employees are going to be working at this location?
We're anticipating about 15 to 20 employees.
Where are these employees?
I would say,
Mr. Rosenfield, where are these employees going to park?
Well, we have a lot of public transportation options nearby. We also have a municipal lot nearby. And we did about 6 different parking studies, and within like a quarter-mile radius of that spot, we were never short of 200 open spaces. There's actually quite a bit of street parking around. And, between that and the public transportation options, I'd say it's a pretty decent scenario.
So which municipal lot are you talking about? The one by the Citizens Bank on the other side of the tracks?
Yes, exactly. And just one more thing I'd like to say. I think you guys probably have all this, but we did receive unanimous non-opposition from LANA, which is the Longfellow Area Neighborhood Association, which meets directly across the street from this building.
Don't worry. We will get all that information. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. These applicants went through an extensive community process. They met with the Longfellow Area Neighborhood Association on multiple occasions and ultimately received non-opposition, which is their highest honor. That also included multiple provisos, including to fix up the facade of the structure as well as remove the metal grates. They also received, outside of the LANA group, they received a plethora of support from residents in the area, received support, were approved by the Boston Cannabis Board, where we also supported, and we'd just like to echo our support for this proposal with the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the District City Councilor's office?
Madam Chair, is there a rendering or an elevation of what the facade would look like, proposed facade would look like?
Not on the plans provided to us, Mr. Ehrlich. I haven't seen any in the drive. I reviewed.
We did send a PowerPoint as well that has a rendering of the front and the current facade that's there.
Yeah, I think that seems sort of crucial, given the unhappiness with the current state of the facade.
Yeah, I did send it in to the board, but.
I did not see that as part of the drawing set.
I mean, I don't know if there's a way to share my screen. We do have the PowerPoint here too, but I'm sure.
Mr. Fortune, how about, because I know I've seen a lot of letters, some in support, some in opposition. Any sense?
Madam Chair, we don't have anything in here, other than the Longfellow, that's it.
Okay, because I know we have.
We also have the, from the committee there.
Yeah, okay.
We also had support from the Rosendale Village Main Streets. We had unanimous non-opposition from them, and we also had letters of support from the original city councilor, who was Tim McCarthy. And then
So let me just ask you, what other locations did you look at?
Well, this location presented itself because of the opportunity, because Rick and I are neighbors and we live in the facility. I mean, we live in the neighborhood, which, you know, we have a vested interest in making it something that's beneficial to the neighborhood. It's a lot of these places are coming in from out of state that I don't think will be nearly as accountable to the neighborhood. You know, we both have kids here. We want to make this as nice a facility as we can. I've been sitting on this board for a period of time, and we hear and this is not to you, this is just a general comment to any property owner, that we hear these testimonials, and, you know, past performance might be indication of future performance. And if this has been the state of disrepair and respect for the neighborhood, you know, what can we expect should this facility go in? Well, we have a rendering. I mean, if there's a way to share, we sent it in to Stephanie, the PowerPoint, and I believe she said she had it. And we can share the screen if that's possible. We could try to pull up the PowerPoint here.
Okay, I think there, Ms. Ambassador, are there any other hands, or are we pretty set?
Madam Chair, there are no other raised hands.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, for the record, we did receive a letter from Mr. Ramos, sent via email regarding the Longfellow House across the street. A letter of opposition from him representing the residents.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Rosenfield. This is Nancy. Are there any other dispensary nearby that's being proposed?
Nope, this was within the half-mile buffer of any other facility and within the 500 feet of the school as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
I could see why this area would work, because it's kind of a path of least resistance, but it is, what is it, a local convenience area? I'm wondering.
It is, Madam Chair, local convenience.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm wondering if there's a way, just because all the other projects that we've seen have been in the core business districts. I don't think there've been any that have been in a place where it is predominantly residential. You know, but for, you know, this handful of stores at this intersection. So I'm wondering if we, because this is a conditional use, I'm wondering if we can put a number of conditions on that this petitioner, or this applicant only, that there would be no Sunday use, so that the residents that are in proximity will have relief from dealing with parking and visitors into the area. and that we'd like to see this project or this application after 1 year of operation.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion to that effect if you're looking for.
And of course, design review.
Yes, but I would definitely want to add the issue of design review with the facade. I have to say, I'm a little uncomfortable approving something that none of us have seen. That seems a little,
I'm happy to send the PowerPoint with the.
I mean, Mr. Rosenfeld, it's kind of too late.
We sent it in and it was accepted, so I'm just not sure why it isn't there. But.
So and this design review would include the entire building, not just this facility. Because I think there should be a way that this could be really spruced up so it doesn't continue to be a drag on the community, the abutting community.
Madam Chair, wouldn't we have to notice the other, with respect to the other businesses in the rest of this building?
I'm sorry?
Is that feasible without giving notice with respect to the other businesses in this structure?
The only other business there is a Chinese restaurant, and there are 6 residential units about. And the Chinese restaurant is basically a small storefront, comfortable enough for takeout.
Yes. The residential units are also set back. It's almost it's a different structure. It's kind of set back and separated by a firewall. They're not directly above the facility. We would be renovating the front of the Chinese restaurant as well, just to keep continuity of the whole block.
Through you, Madam Chair, but just to clarify, the applicant, not yourself, Mr. Rosenfeld, but the other applicant owns the entire building, the entire structure. The residential units as well as the 2 commercial properties.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Sorry, motion doesn't carry. May I have another motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve with design proviso to renovate the first story exterior.
Any other provisos to this applicant? No Sunday hours, and to have them revisit us 1 year after operation?
Madam Chair, I would strongly suggest that we include the entire facility as part of design review, the residential units of it as well. Regardless if they're set back, it's still the same property.
Okay.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Lewis opposes.
Costa, thank you, and that includes all those provisos, okay?
Okay.
Motion carries. It is now 11:08. We will break until 11:30 for the next set of cases. Thank you.
Thank you.
action, we are going to go through the list of recommendations. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the cases, case BOA 112-8151, 138 to 138A D Street, was to build an additional living space above the basement connected to an existing kitchen. It was approved with BPDA and no building code relief. Case BOA 114-1605, 527 East 6th Street, was a ground level deck, decks off the first and second level. It was approved. Case BOA 113-6073, 377 K Street, was in addition to the rear third floor master bedroom, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 113-5403, 15 Sedalia Road. It was a proposed front porch expansion and it had a new rear deck. It was approved with proviso. Case BOA 106-6044, 10 Hale Street, was a change of occupant from a single family to a two-family, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 106-9183, 16 Drury Road. It was a build a new addition and renovate interior of the house. It was approved. Case BOA 112-6081, 220 Wood Ave. It was an addition to more living space, a bedroom, bathroom. It was approved. Case BOA 113-6875, 120 Wooded Road. It was a constructed 10 by 20 by 2.5 high rear closed and porch. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 112-4052, 181 Maple Street, was deferred to the subcommittee on 3/18/2021. Case BOA 113-3312, 199 Temple Street, was a change of occupancy, constructed 1-story plus basement addition and 2.5-story residence, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 112-8097, 25 Sidley Road. It was constructed new second floor addition over first floor extension. It was approved with BPDA. And case BOA 113-0420, 1504 Center Street. It was a finish of current basement, extending living space into the basement for Unit 1. It was approved. That concludes the subcommittee's report of Thursday, January 21st, 2021. We need a motion.
Motion to concur with the recommendations of the subcommittee.
Second, Ligris.
I think we lost Christine. Let's give her a couple of minutes to try to catch back up.
May I have a,
Are you back, Christine?
I guess I must have lost a connection for a minute or two. May I have a motion?
We've had a motion that's been seconded, Madam Chair.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Everybody else who's on.
Madam Chair, we lost your video.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to do for now. In the meantime, Jessica, can you please move us to a board conversation, please?
So she also moved into
No, it's still all of the board members, like us. They won't really need us though, but I'm scared now because I missed them speaking. They might say something. Well, I'd like.
January 26th is now resuming. We are here up to 12:30. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the 12:30 cases for any deferrals or withdrawals. Could you please give me the address first? This is for 12:30 only.
Hi, it's Steve Suda, 31 Waybon Street, BOA number 112.
That's all right. I'm going to call into the record, sir.
Okay.
Record calling BOA 112-1088-31 Woburn Street. There's a companion case BOA 113-5948-33 Woburn Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Stephen Suda, 31 Waybon Street. We'd like to go on record.
Are you requesting a deferral or withdrawal?
Deferral, I apologize.
Deferral, okay, and for what reason?
We met yesterday, on Sunday with the neighborhood again. They'd like to see further changes. We agreed on some changes, so we want to make those happen before we come on record and do those publicly. We want to give them renderings and changes to what they wanted.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for deferral, Secretary.
Is there a second?
Second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do you oppose? The date, please?
We have a date of March 30th, 2021, and that will be at 12:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
See you then.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 only?
Hi, my name is Gavin Driscoll for 30 Mayfield Street.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds. Mayfield Street's not till 1 o'clock, sir.
I'm sorry.
I can't call it till 1 o'clock. This is 12:30 only. Madam Ambassador, any hands up?
I see no hands raised. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the first case for 12:30, calling BOA 902-883-829 Boylston Street. This is a change of occupancy to include retail sales of cannabis on the first floor. The violations are Article 8, Section 3, a cannabis establishment is a conditional use in a B district. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is John Spencer from Boylston Stores, and here on behalf of 827 to 829 Boylston Street, the property owner of 829 Boylston, and Sierra Naturals, the tenant of the property. With me are various members of the project teams. In the interest of time, I will introduce everyone. I wanted to especially note the presence of Michelle Foley, who's the regional dispensary manager.
Can you hold on for a second? Can you hold on for a second? Jessica, is that just me, or is the audio cracked?
Cracking, Madam Chair. Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Still coming in and out.
Everybody, Shane Alosi, can Morgan, I think you're on. Paul Sullivan, can everybody mute, please? Jessica, are we ready?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Sanchez from Boylston Store, and I'm here on behalf of 827 to 829 Boylston Street, property owner of 829 Boylston, and Sierra Naturals, the tenant at the property. With me are various members of the project teams. In the interest of time, I will not introduce everyone, but wanted to the presence of Michelle Foley, the regional dispensary manager for Sierra, and Morgan Bloom, director of the property owner entity. Jessica, would you kindly mind going to the previous slide?
Colette? Colette, can you, where did you need Colette to go?
To slide 2, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here today for a conditional use permit to allow cannabis establishment retail use at the property, which Deere intends to lease. As you know, the property is located in the B8 120A zoning subdistrict, and zoning proper district where cannabis establishments are conditional uses. The property is located along the Boylston Street commercial corridor, directly across the street from the Prudential Center, and in close proximity to a host of commercial, retail, and parking uses. The property is accessible by various...
Can I just ask that you go directly into the project, show us the layout, tell us what your hours of operation are, and other information about operations, delivery, where people will be waiting, that kind of information.
Okay, not a problem, Madam Chair. So as you can see on this slide, Sierra intends to lease the partially below grade first floor space at the property to operate a cannabis establishment use.
Sorry,
the overall
Colette, can you please go to the plan so we can see the layout, so the attorney can speak to that? Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So the floor plan is on the next slide. Thank you. Great, thank you. So this is a floor plan for the retail space to be leased by Sierra. This space is approximately 4,500 square feet. Sierra, by way of background, Sierra has 7 years of experience in the cannabis space and will bring this very extensive experience to its new location. Queuing at the project will occur indoors. A minimum of 2 security personnel will be present at all times. The hours of operations for these space are Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. All areas of the project, including the store perimeter, will be monitored by 24/7 video surveillance. And any customers who violate Sierra's policies will be banned from all Sierra stores. Sierra actually employs over 200 workers across the Commonwealth at its facilities. And as mentioned, it has been in operation for 7 years. So customers who violate any of the policies will be banned from all Sierra stores.
So tell us about deliveries. Where and when will deliveries occur?
Certainly. Michelle from the Sierra team is on, who might want to explain more specifics. But without revealing too much for security reasons, deliveries will be securely transported to the site through the back, so you know, out of sight from the public. There will be GPS tracking and with also randomized delivery times. Michelle, did you want to say anything else with respect to delivery?
Yeah, absolutely. All of the vehicles are unmarked, as well as all of the packages and the boxes going into the building are unmarked as well.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. I just have one question. Obviously, accessibility in the back bay is a challenge. And I see that there's proposed a inclined platform lift. Does that require an MAAB variance for the use of that kind of a lift? And then just wanted to, if you could address a little bit, I understand this is retail, but my understanding is that you know, there are people that use this for medical needs, and I guess I'm a little bit worried about the sequence of somebody in a wheelchair coming in, getting what they need, and then leaving, and they're kind of having to leave out the indoor, for lack of a better term. At least that's what it appears to me on the plan. So just would like to understand that a little bit better.
Sure. So I can speak to the wheelchair lift question. The wheelchair lift has been, so you may know that the property is actually located in the Back Bay Architectural District. The wheelchair lift has actually been reviewed and approved by the Back Bay Architectural Commission. If a MAB variance is required, we will certainly obtain it in due course.
And in the event that you do get it, please explain to us how a handicapped person would navigate into and out of the space.
Sure. Morgan, would you like to speak to the wheelchair lift accessibility?
Colette, can you zoom in a little bit, please?
You all
Thank
hear?
you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So to answer your question, the handicap lift will be located on the 827 Boylston Street side. The platform would sit at the lower level at all times unless called up to street grade. At which point I think the Sierra team would have a plan for, on those occasions where a handicapped individual needed access to the store by using the lift to facilitate customer, entrance or egress, so that person could come into and leave the store. The construction of the storefront entry will also include handicap opening and closing devices. So it'll be, partly an automated system for the individual to use and partly with the assistance of Sierra team members.
Thank you.
And to answer the question earlier about the variance, we actually already received a variance from MAB for the original redesign and construction of the storefront facade. I don't know if those of you who have seen this building in the past, say, 18 months have probably noticed it's undergone a significant renovation. So we received a variance at that point in time to not have to provide basically any handicap accessibility to any of the storefronts. In lieu of that, we provided a curb cut in the rear of the building to provide access that way to the 2 ground floor spaces. So this lift is essentially above and beyond the variance that's already been granted.
So with the rear access, you would expect people to have to go through the office and storage area. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions from the board? Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, I have two raised hands, but I'll wait for electeds.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Shanice Pimentel, we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, we have numerous letters of support.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I call on the people who answer raised?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Hi, Canel, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you, Jessica. My name is Canel Brunstein. As a Boston resident, I'm a business agent at IBW Local 103, and we'd like to go on the record to support Sierra Naturals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I hear from Todd, please? Todd Bernard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and address on the record, please.
Sure. Todd Fenard is my name. I work at 419 Boylston Street. Fenard Property is about 4 blocks away from this location. I just wanted to voice my support of Sierra Naturals, wonderful group of individuals who have been in this business for a number of years. We're members of the Back Bay.
Todd, thank you so much. Don't mean to cut you short, but we have a few other people to hear from. Meg?
Sure.
Thank you. Meg?
Meg Mines Cohen, president of the Back Bay Association. It's great to see everybody, albeit in this format. And the Back Bay Association, this is the first time we are in support of a marijuana dispensary coming into the neighborhood. Sierra Naturals has worked very long and hard to gain our support and the support of the business community. I won't keep you any longer, but we're very much in support of this location and this group coming into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Can somebody help us with the caller? Is anybody here from Councilor Bach's office? Kelly, I don't know if you're on. It looks like Jessica's having some issues. Can we just go through the list, please?
Madam Chair, I'll have to reclaim the host role from her and see if
Thank you.
But it might take me a minute here.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I did want to note that Councilor Bach did submit a letter of non-opposition for this project.
Thank you. May I hear from Dan Donahue?
Yep, let me just give me 1 second.
I think he just went by.
Dan Donahue, you're unmuted.
Yep, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the rest of the board. My name is Dan Donahue. I'm the president of Saunders Hotel Group, which is baseball's far away from up down Boston at 61 Exeter, away from this proposed site. Much to my surprise, when this first came up a couple years ago, I was very hesitant to even allow this in the Back Bay. After working with them and seeing what Sierra has done and their commitment to putting a class act operation on Boston Street, we fully support it.
Thank you. May I hear from Jody Mendoza, please?
Hello, my name is Jody Mendoza, 1905 Columbus Avenue. I'd like to speak in support of Sierra for their demonstrated commitment to equity and inclusion. They're a fantastic company. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Kevin Hart?
Yes, it's Kevin Hart here. I am a Randolph resident. I work in Boston and I operate a business in Boston, and I'm here to speak in support of this project. Sierra has been a great partner throughout the years, and I wish them much success.
Mr. Hart, what's your business in Boston?
I actually co-own Pure Oasis in the Grove Hill area.
So you're running Pure Oasis on Blue Hill Ave, right by Grove Hall. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay. I think we've heard from enough people. I'd like to just have somebody send me a chat or send a chat to all panelists if they're in opposition, just so that we have it on the record.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Denise Pimentel. Just to double check, sorry, I had a prior commitment. We're speaking on 829 Boylston, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Coppinger noted your support.
Yes, I would like to emphasize that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve a BPDA design review for the facade and signage.
Second.
Mr. Ehrlich, this is under BBAC, so we don't need to review it.
Right, okay, got it.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-0466, 11 East Lenox Street. This is to erect a 7-story, type 4 multifamily residential building with 34 apartments, amenity space and enclosed parking on a vacant lot. The violation is Article 50, Section 29. Additional lot area is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 50, Section 29, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 50, Section 29, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, front yards insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, side yards insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, rear yards insufficient. Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 43, off-street loading is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Scott Kirkwood, I'm with the developer Boston Real Estate Collaborative, and I'm here on behalf of the owner. With me here today is the project architect, Alex Yoon of Monty French Design Studio. I'm very excited to be bringing this project in front of everyone today. The building will be one of the first cross-laminated timber multifamily projects in Roxbury in the city of Boston, and we will also be pursuing passive house certification under FIAS. I should note that the project was granted the applicable building code variances by the Board of Building Regulations and Standards in September of 2020. The site itself is an infill site, and it falls in the MFR subdistrict of Roxbury, and it is adjacent to the Newmarket IDA. In the interest of time, I'm going to discuss the more substantial variances we're seeking. Our floor area ratio is a 4.4, and the height falls in violation in excess of 20 feet of the 45 feet that's allowed.
So if your FAR is 4, what is required?
1.
1, okay.
Yes.
Okay, then tell us about height.
So the height is at just under the high rise at 69 feet. That said, these exceedances are pretty characteristic of many of the buildings that kind of fall between the blocks of East Lenox and Thorndike Street. The good thing about this height, however, is that it will allow for a more productive rooftop solar array. And we're hoping that by exploring extensions to nearby buildings that we own and manage in the same block, that we'll be able to achieve close to net zero, if not net zero energy consumption.
Can you hold on for a minute? Colette, can you please show us a rendering of what this will look like from street view? Tell us about the unit breakdown and the average square feet.
Yep, so we've got 4 studios at over 450 square feet. We've got 6 one-beds at around 711 square feet average, 10 two-beds at between 901 and 907 square feet, and then 14 three-beds ranging from 1,000 to 1,428 square feet. So there is a concentration of larger units for families. And I should say that we actually did just increase the level of income restriction to 2 of the larger family units for the IDPs, the 2-bed and the 3-bed to 60%. And we're actually also exploring some design changes to kind of brighten up the facade a little bit in response to some comments that we've received.
Okay, and tell us about the parking.
So for the parking, we are providing 8 spaces. This was kind of in alignment with the directions we were getting sent from the BPA and in alignment with the city's initiatives to reduce it. And as kind of an offset, we've instead included a bike room that you'll see kind of off to the left of the front right there where that car is, with direct access for all residents, and it's at grade access. What I will say about the parking is that access to the garage is off of Newcomb Street, which is in the rear of that. Newcomb is a one-way, but we are making the access one-way through the site. So you'll enter the parking off of Newcomb, and then you'll exit on East Lenox to just not inhibit the flow of traffic at all.
Okay. And any commercial space provided here?
There's no commercial space. There's going to be ground floor amenity. One of the other things I should point out is we're actually engaging some local artists on the front to do a mural that we're going to be rotating throughout the year. So that's kind of another interesting thing at the street level.
Yeah, I'm kind of hearing a lot about that because I was on that Parcel 8 discussion last night. But you just talked to me about are these coming through on the micro unit initiative? Are you providing shared? These are not, so you don't have to provide shared.
No, they're all within the design guidelines.
Okay. Any roof deck being provided?
No roof deck. No roof deck. We do have private outdoor space for 24 of the 34 units. Outdoor space at grade isn't substantial, but we opted for density here with the obvious benefits of the passive construction, which is kind of afforded by that density. And we also have Ramsey Park right across Washington Street, which the city just sunk a bunch of money into that we expect our tenants to utilize.
Okay, and then tell us about the insufficiency of the side and rear yards, because it is becoming more intrusive on the existing buildings to have these very small side and rear yards.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of push towards the side and rear yard just because many of the infill sites kind of around the area are taking that space. And in this case, where we're basically trying to spread the costs as much as possible for the passive construction in the CLT, it was to the benefit of the project and ultimately the overall rents for units to capture what space we could to create actual living space. So that was kind of the reason.
Let's take a backtrack, because our charge is a little bit different from yours. We are looking at this in context of the neighborhood. How is it enhancing or at least minimizing the impact on the existing uses there?
Minimizing the impact on the existing uses. Well,
yes.
So I'm going to kind of pivot from that question, if that's okay. On East Lenox Street, it's not a very traveled street. There's really not many eyes on that street. You've got some access to the Grant Manor apartments across East Lenox. But we thought that the pedestrian foot traffic would actually be great in this kind of pass through from Harrison over to Washington, which is kind of a place that doesn't really go policed very much. And we thought that this pedestrian activity would potentially spur future development there and also increase safety.
Not against the potential residents, but I just want to make sure that, in fact, you're not, with too small side or too small rear yards impacting the abutting uses.
Madam Chair.
In their privacy.
Madam Chair, could I push a little harder on that question?
Yes, please.
Can you go to page AS 101, whoever has control of the screen, which I think is, I'm not sure what page it is. I want to, if you could better explain to me the rear yard calculations. I see it looks like there's some easements that you're moving and trading, but I'm also noticing that the decks are extending out into the easement, which don't seem to be calculated into the setback. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the way the rear yard setback is. Not sure which, let me see what page that is. I think it's, I think go up or down. So that, yeah, there you go. That's the sheet. On the back, there's a lot of lines and a lot of dimensions, and they seem to be less than what you're referencing in your table. And I just want to make sure I understand because I concur. I feel like we're pushing this into a pretty small spot, and it seems like you're even extending beyond your site in some way. So I just want to make sure I understand that.
So just to start at a base level, our site, this site actually goes all the way to the rear at the building that we actually own that fronts on East Lenox. We do have bays that extend into the rear yard, and if that's something that puts the rear yard that was stated in our table untrue, then there might be a slight violation. Granted, those decks don't start until the second floor, so it will be open back there. I know there's kind of a lot of talk about easements. That's really allowing the building that we have at 11 Newcomb access with some deck space in the back at grade that aren't shown in detail here, but will be fleshed out further once we actually get into the construction process and getting our construction documents together. I hope that answered it. I mean, it is certainly, it is not a completely open backyard, but as I stated earlier, we kind of took a look at the project holistically. And we thought it was to the benefit of the project based on the amount of cost associated with building in this way, that it made sense for us to maximize right here.
So what's the rear yard requirement and what are you providing?
Let me just pull up. Thank you for being patient with me, just going back and forth. I can't quite see what's on the screen. The rear yard requirement is 20, and we say we're providing 16. And again, if those do extend into that, that was a clerical error on entering it there.
Well, the 16 is currently dimensioned from the back of a wall that looks like an 11 Newcomb, but maybe that's the property line to, I'm just trying to make sure we understand those dimensions. Because it also, I believe on the upper levels, it encroaches even more because it steps toward 11 Newcomb for a part of the, so you're dimensioning the 16. I just want to make sure those dimensions align.
Yes, sir. It's 16 from the second floor to
where
the rear point of the lot line. And I can see in looking at this, to your point, that those decks do fall in there, and if that was not reflected in there, which it looks like it wasn't, then that was a clerical error on our behalf. I apologize for the confusion there.
Thank you. So I think that's your comment, Eric, on the plans?
Yes,
Otherwise,
yes.
they're okay?
Yes, correct.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague, former colleague, Jessica Thomas, we'd like to go and support this process. This application went through the BPDA Article 80 process, was fully vetted through there, and we received a number of support. So we would like to go on record of support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 2 letters of support.
Thank you. Anybody here from District City Council?
Jessica, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
Okay. Let's just see any raised hands. May I hear from Sean Murphy, please? Sean, can you put your name and address on the record? Can I hear from the caller who's on the line with the raised hands?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. Want to go on record in support of the project.
Thank you. Going back to Sean Murphy, can I hear from Sean?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, Madam Chair. All right, Mr. Murphy, go ahead.
Sean, can you go ahead, please?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was here for the Sierra one before. I just stayed logged on for this. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. May I hear from Lucille Jones, please?
Yes.
Hi. No, I'm actually here for the Waveline Street project, but I'm looking at the project that was just presented, and you have 34 units and there's only 8 parking spaces. Where will other people park? And we know that it's already congested in the city, so how is this going to work?
I'm sorry, did you put your name and address on the record? Did you put your address on the record?
I did for another project, not for this one.
Okay, so can you put it on for this one, please?
Sure.
Okay, are we having technical issues?
I'm sorry,
Lucille?
Madam Chair, maybe I misunderstood. Did you want me to go to the next person?
No, I wanted to have Lucille put her address on the record, just so that we are just keeping with
Oh, I'm sorry.
process.
I misheard you then. Let me unmute
No,
her.
no problem.
Sorry about that.
I put it in the chat, but I did not put it to the entire residence. I put it to the presenter.
Okay, please put it on the record.
Please state it for us.
39 Wambeck Street.
Okay, cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, yes, that is a question, because I do work in Nubian Square, and that Silver Line is just unpredictable. And this assumes that everybody will be working on a fairly regular schedule, but doesn't account for people who may have odd night shifts or returning at, 3 in the morning. So how are you going to work the spaces? Are they for sale? How will they work within the building?
So we are going to designate first availability of those spaces to the income restricted units. And then anything that's available thereafter would be rented at a cost. What I will say is we actually did in early conversations lead out, prior to our formal filing with the BPDA, we actually let out with more spaces than we have here. And it was kind of their desire to kind of see that number go down. So we ended up at 8 spaces here. But, I like to think that we're forward thinking, and I think you build it and they will come, and I think you build parking spaces and people will certainly park there. And we didn't want to add to congestion of the street. So our hand was kind of guided that way by the folks reviewing the project.
Yeah, happened to have this conversation about parking with a number of businesses in proximity there. And all of them, including the hotel, are complaining that there just is already inadequate off-street parking. And I know we've given a lot of these projects relief, and now the reality is hitting that, in fact, their staff do need this parking space. But, okay, so we have this, we have all the information. I don't see any other raised hands. May I have a motion, please? Derek, so I'm assuming it's approval with design review with the
confirmation of the rear setback numbers are in compliance.
So rear setback, including decks, are
Yes.
are at 16 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
In favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, it's now 1:10. I'm going to call the 1 o'clock cases. Are there any 1 o'clock cases for deferral or withdrawal? I need the address first.
16 and 18 Cottage Street.
Okay, I call it for the record. For the record, calling BOA 101-9225, 16 Cottage Street. There's a companion case, BOA 101-9227, 18 Cottage Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Haskell with Drago and Toscano, business address of 11 Beacon Street. We are seeking a deferral here to both these cases for continued community process.
Need to go on the ZBA, so if you can just step up, please. Or just stay out of the camera view.
Attorney Barry, please mute your computer.
Go ahead, and requesting this deferral?
Requesting deferral for continued community process to finalize discussions with our immediate butters.
So is this your second deferral or your third?
This is our second deferral, Madam Chair.
Okay, please let the applicant know that we are not looking favorably at many more extensions. So please try and wrap it up as soon as possible. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
There a second?
Baraza, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
We have the last date on March 30th of 2021 at 12:30.
Will that work for you?
Yes, that works, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
Yes, this is Attorney Barry for 24 Gardenside Street, BOA 107.
Yeah, I'm going to call it into the record, sir. For the record, calling BOA 107-6707, 24 Gardenside Street. Name and address for the record, please.
This is John Barry, the law office of John D. Barry, located at 400 Granite Ave in Milton, Mass. At this point, the owner is requesting a full withdrawal of the application.
Very good. Make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
30 Mayfield Street.
For the record, calling BOA 106-0119, 30 Mayfield Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Gavin Driscoll, White House Architects.
Are you requesting?
We're looking for a deferral. There's just no clear decision on the executive suite, so we were just waiting for a more clear decision from the city of Boston on that.
I thought we did have, Mr. Elliott, help me out. Did we have a decision on executive suites? Opinion on executive suites?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, the connection's a little bit in and out. Can you repeat that?
I'm just asking Mr. Oleg and Mr. O'Connor, did we get an opinion on executive suites?
Yes. You're referring to 125 Addison, that was heard, I think, back in
Yes, but this is also executive suites. Can everybody please be muted? Because somebody is very active in the background there. Can you please speak, Karen? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, they're just waiting on something.
Okay, may I have a motion for deferral?
Madam Chair, this is Eric Robinson. I make a motion for deferral. However, this proposal currently has bedrooms in the lower level, or in the basement level that I think are problematic. So I would recommend they review those prior to coming back.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, why are we deferring the case on the executive suites? I believe we have a very clear understanding.
You know, I just, I know we're having technical difficulties here, but yes, can you help me out with that? Can we just mute every single person? Please, yes. Can we mute everybody?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to do multiple things at once. Let me try to make it just again, if you could just give me a moment.
Okay. Okay. So, I need to ask you, Mr. Ehrlich, and you, Mr. O'Connor, about the opinion that pinned down about executive suites.
I'm opposed to the motion to defer because I thought that we have a clear position on executive suites. I don't see a reason to put it on.
Yes, and I thought that we had a clear opinion on executive suites. So right now, let's just get the motion, rescind the motion so that we are clear that there is no motion on the table. Eric, can you do that, please?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You were cutting out as well. I think you said I was making a motion for deferral, but reconsideration of the basement units.
Can you rescind your motion for deferral?
Yes.
Okay.
I rescind my deferral.
Okay, may we have a discussion, please, between, I need Kevin and I need Mark. Mark, can you please go ahead about these executive suites?
Yeah, if this is a proposal that, on executive suites, I believe we should deny them. That's what we've done with every other similar proposal in the past.
Madam Chair, I don't agree with that position.
Hold on, may I give, we did get a read from the form document.
Madam Chair, I think the background might be from your computer.
Hold on, Mr. Roach, can you please mute? Mr. Roach? Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, so, Kevin, may I hear from you, please?
Yes, the lot apartments opinion was specifically to 125 Addison, which was heard in November, and the board voted to deny that appeal. Within the lot apartments memorandum are, points that the board can consider in hearing any further appeals for executive suites proposals. And that's doesn't necessarily mean that all of them would outright be denied. They should each be considered on their own merits. If this was cited for a conditional use under the criteria for Article 6, considering all of the relevant factors and the impacts that executive suites have on residential areas and the area in which they're proposed and whatever else might, the history of the use, whether previously residential. Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could, Kevin, that's
forbidden use.
This is an excessively legalistic interpretation. Yes, of course it was tied to that one project. That's how all precedents are set. And yes, of course, it laid out possibilities for variances because that's always, we always it's potentially to consider a variance from a policy. But I don't think there's any reason to defer it. I think we should hear the case. But I think the applicant should know what, just as with head houses and hatches and any other number of things, what our practice has been. I don't, and if they want to make a case why this one is different, they certainly have the right to do that. But I think that it wasn't just the Addison Street one, it's other ones subsequently that we took a similar position, and I expect we would today. But if they want to make the case, they're entitled to it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I would agree with Mr. Ehrlich's point that there's no reason to defer for that reason, that that we're awaiting further advice from the law department. That has been received, so there is no reason to delay for that purpose.
Okay, so may I have a motion in response to the applicant's request for deferral?
I'm going to make a motion to deny the request for deferral.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay.
Who made the original, Madam Chair, who made the original motion? Was it Mr. Robinson?
No, he
rescinded.
Rescinded. So this is a new motion on the table, not to approve the deferral, but to proceed with the case. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposition, motion carries. So we will hear the case, okay?
Okay, Madam Chair, we're still on 1 o'clock, so I just want to make sure everybody hears we're still looking for deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock.
Can you guys hear me okay? It's Jessica.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Still don't have access to the participant page to make people panelists. I'm just working on that now, so I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on.
I'll come by in just a second. This is Kelly.
Madam Chair, we do have a case that's being withdrawn, so I'm going to call it in for the record. BOA 958-462, 18 Euclid Street. They are withdrawing, so I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And if I'm not hearing anybody else, I guess we're back to the 1230 cases.
Can somebody check in with Martha King to see if she is here on a case offline? In the meantime, let's go ahead.
I'm going to go back to the 1230 cases, calling BOA 113-3852, 17A Forest Street. This is the build two parking spaces in a driveway with a curb cut. The violation is Article 10, Section 1, limitation of off-street parking area. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Suzette Collins, and my address is 7
Make Jessica ready to start the recording again.
Yes, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, I think we're all set then.
Okay. I'm going to call the next case, calling BOA 113-3852, 17A Forest Street. This is a build 2 parking spaces with a curb cut. Violates Article 10, Section 1, limitation of off-street parking. Name and address for the record, please.
Suzette, can you please put your name and address on the record?
Suzette, can you hear us? She's on as a panelist and she's unmuted, but I know she's calling in from her phone. Call.
Suzette, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Okay, so just see if you need to fix anything from your end. Okay.
I'm on the phone with her and she's trying to fix.
Okay.
We
In the meantime, Eric, how are the plans?
The plans, they show, it looks like the parking will, I think, fall in the front yard due to the tightness of the lot on the side that they're proposing, so they can't get the driveway to extend beyond, you could scoot up a little bit. So, and I think they will also, there's a pretty big grade change from the sidewalk to the front yard, 3 feet, 3 feet, something. So I think this is going to be a tough one to implement, to be honest, but.
And so this is a request for 2 spaces. It looks like they can only accommodate 1. Go ahead, Mark, sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as Mr. Robinson had just stated, Mr. D'Amico spoke on this one. Although the driveway is 38 feet in length, the plan results in front yard parking. Therefore, he cannot support this request.
Okay, so let's make sure we get Ms. Collins on and then we can proceed. Jessica, any luck with with Suzette?
Yeah, I called her. She's trying to call in, and I just gave her the caller number and the. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if it. Hi, Suzette, are you on?
Okay, why don't we move to the next case, okay?
Okay. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-7184, 3 Cedar Street. There is a driveway with no curb cut right now. They want to put 2 parking spaces in. The violation, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of parking area, and Article 50, Section 26, establishment of a residential subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross, attorney for the applicant with the business address of 1 International Place. And just let me just say, I apologize for earlier for not being able to make the earlier call and appreciate Attorney Mahoney stepping in on my behalf. This is also another driveway case, interestingly. What you see here is the plan to put a curb cut in a location that has previously operated as, I guess, what we'll call an illegal driveway. The property owner purchased this in May of 2020. It had this kind of side area to the house where cars would and could park, but they would have had to hop the curb. If he, of course, wanted to legalize it, we went to the community process and received support.
Mr. Ross, just a quick question. Now, was this access the former access from Washington Street?
It was always from Cedar Street.
It was always from Cedar, okay, okay.
There's an intervening property between us and Washington Street to the right of us.
Yeah,
And so we're the second house
okay.
on the right coming up.
And so explain to us how many cars are anticipated being parked there?
2 cars. The front is maneuverability, allows you to kind of clear that front yard issue that you were just dealing with, really. And you'll see those 2 cars allowing for a 9x18 each car to go up alongside the property itself along the left of this 2-family structure.
And what's that, 5? Is that, is there any fencing or screening proposed between the properties?
That's right. That's the other matter that we were cited for open space and for screening. There is no screening proposed. The folks who live to the left of us, 5 to 7, I think, Cedar Street, are in support of this. There is this stone wall, and you can see it right there in the survey, it says in very light letters, stone wall. And there is also a grade change and some significant tree and foliage. And so they conspire to create kind of a natural buffer, that old stone wall with the tree and some of the additional foliage with the grade change, really allow for its own kind of natural buffer. The applicant would put a fence in, but we really don't think it's required or needed there, notwithstanding the zoning relief that we're
Mr.
here.
Ross? Mr. Ross, can you hold on for a second? How are the plants, Mr. Robinson? Eric, how are the plants?
Sorry about that. The plans are great and they've been approved by the city.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
I gotta speak. Madam Chair, before we go there, Mr. D'Amico spoke on this one as well.
Yeah?
So I just want to put it into the record, 3 Cedar Street. All 3 spaces are 18 feet, of which are below the BTD standards.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the plan results in front yard parking, therefore he cannot support this plan.
Okay, so it looks like they want to put 2 spaces and not 3 on this.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you, Mr. Fortune. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicants met with the abutters in the Highland Park Neighborhood Coalition in 2020. They voted to approve the curb cut. We would also like to go into support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in supporting this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Dev Chatterjee. I'm speaking on behalf of Council President Kim Janey's office. We also received correspondence from the Secretary of the Highland Park Neighborhood Coalition that they voted to support the curb cut. So we will also go on the record in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ex-Ambassador, anybody else?
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'd make a motion to support the proposal.
Second. Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador, is Forest Street back on?
She is. She's on 7.
Okay.
Yes. Can you just speak up a little bit?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, please, hold on 1 minute. Mr. Fortune, you want to put the address back on the record?
I will. Calling BOA 113-3852, 17A Forest Street. Name and address for the record.
My name is Suzette Collins, and my address is 17A Forest Street in Roxbury.
So, Ms. Collins, tell us what you're proposing to do.
So I'm proposing to build a two-car driveway on the side of the house. The driveway will go as far as my porch. The cars would be parked right behind each other.
Okay, and a quick question, is there street parking on this side of the street?
There is street parking on both sides, yes.
There's street parking on both sides. Okay, so you know that makes it difficult for us to take parking off because of putting in a new curb cut.
Even though there would still be parking when he do the curb cut?
Yes, because because we also have to be concerned to make sure that when there are 2 parking spots, there's not parking in the front yard, and it looks like your driveway might be too narrow towards the back to comfortably accommodate both cars. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that. In the meantime, Mr. Robinson, you gave us your opinion on the plans. We heard from the Transportation Department. Mr. Fortune, can you put the Transportation Department's opinion on the record, please, while Ms. Collins?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair. This is for 17A Forest Street, although this is from Mr. D'Amico at BTD. Although the driveway is 38 feet in length, the plan results in front yard parking. Therefore, he cannot support this request.
Okay. May I have, I guess we should go ahead and just ask if there's, there is a fact, this is a technical issue. And so I'm not sure it helps us to go through a solicitation of opinion if there is clearly a lack of space. So may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry, Ms. Collins.
Okay, thank you.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 1131581, 8 Robinson Street. This is a renovation to an existing 2-family, add 1 unit in dormers and extend living space to the basement. The violation, Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking and loading. Article 55, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. And Article 55, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Andrew Litchfield, 8 Robeson Street, Jamaica Plain.
So tell us what you're proposing to do.
Yes, so currently the property is a legal 2-family, has been used as a 3-family for a number of years with an apartment on the 3rd floor. What we're proposing is a full renovation of the building to propose dormers on the 3rd floor to create bigger space for that unit, and then to extend living space into the basement to make the 1st floor and basement a bi-level unit.
So tell us about what would be the proposed square footage for each unit?
Yes, Unit 1 will be around 2,100 square feet. It will be a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom, mostly for, a family, grown family. Unit 2 will be a 1,200 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit. And then Unit 3 will be 1,000 square feet with a 2-bedroom, 2-bath as well.
Okay, and tell us about that basement. What is the floor to ceiling height there?
The current height is 8 feet, so there would be no digging involved. Very high already, and we're proposing the window wells, and there is a walkout on the right-hand side of the building as well.
Okay, and what is this proposed use of that space in the basement?
We're proposing a living space, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a laundry area. This is in conjunction with Unit 1 with the 1st floor, which also has 2 additional bedrooms.
And are utilities separate?
Yes, all utilities are separate. This is the existing plan that you have right here. If you want to go to, I believe the next slide down shows you the proposed plan. Or maybe it's a slide up. But there are utilities in the front, and there is right here. You can see on the right-hand side entrance, the top right shows the utility area and the common area for the basement.
Okay, can you give us a sense of Robeson? Is it 2 or 3 family?
Sorry, Madam Chair, you're asking me?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, the street next door is a 2-family. Across the street is a 3-family. A lot of larger houses on bigger lots. I work directly with the abutters behind me on Forest Hills, 76 Forest Hills, as well as to the left, we have a big tree that is, that was neighboring over both properties. So I work closely with them because I know that was a hazard for the properties because it was leaning.
And let me just ask you, will there be any parking accommodated on site?
Yes, there is a driveway and a garage on the left-hand side. It's almost a double wide. There will be maneuverability, but the plan is to have, we like to have 3 spots all on the left-hand side, with the cars being able to maneuver around themselves to get.
So, Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans look fine. I think there is a grade change in the site from driveway to right. However, I'm still worried about the below the basement bedrooms. And I'm also noting it calls out 5 bedrooms in your drawings. I'm not sure if I understand that, if that's a mistake.
Mr. Robertson, it is a mistake. I know that he has the master bedroom. It's not counted as an actual number. So you see on the first floor, master bedroom, then it goes right to number 3 and then 4 and 5 in the basement. But that's an error on our end.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I'm nervous about the bedroom number 5 as labeled. It's looking for a light well for its egress that's in the driveway, encroaching into where the driveway is. The other side seems to be a walking path and some area of there, but
I completely agree with you, and Madam Chair, if I could speak on that. Last week, I did want to make a change to the plans that wouldn't affect any of the variances, basically making that bedroom number 5 additional common space as storage space, but I wasn't able to get it in time to be reviewed by the plan examiner to come back to the board on Tuesday. So that's something I'm totally open to doing, and getting rid of that bedroom, I understand your concerns.
Okay, so we can exit out on the plan, so we're clear that we're not approving a 5-bedroom unit.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Office of Neighborhood Services. The butters meeting for this proposal was held on October 27th, 2020. The applicant worked closely with butters to address concerns regarding the trees and in the garage. The applicant received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the mayor's office will want to open in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. I'm sorry, Mr. D'Amico spoke on this one as well. I just found it in the back of the file. I just want to put it into the record. He says a curb cut will be placed on Walbino Street with enough area for access and egress. Are we talking about, I'm sorry.
That's a different project.
No, this is Robeson, A. Robeson. Although the vehicles are parked bumper to bumper, there is sufficient space to accommodate 3 cars. And also there is a curb cut already in place, therefore he supports this request.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Justin McCleary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would also like to go on record in support.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, we have an additional raised hand.
Okay, let's go for it.
Hi, Lee Sandler, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Lee Sandler, and I live at 18 Robeson Street. I want to go on the record and express my support for this project. The plans and design are in line with the neighborhood profile, while also providing much-needed parking spots.
Thank you. May I hear from the call-in user?
Yep. Okay. All right, and caller 8, 617-636, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. My name is Jennifer McGaffigan. I live at 76 Forest Hill Street. Our properties abut our backyards, and we share the garage building together. Andrew has been great. I have no objections. He's working closely with me on discussing what we're going to do with the garage structure. He was able to get the tree down that was possibly, the branches could have fallen on our property. So he's been great so far. So I have no objections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to support the project with limiting unit number 1 to 3 bedrooms, and as well for the basement unit to, I understand you're doing the minimal for the light well, but I'd appreciate if you could look at increasing the size of the light well with BPDA design proviso or review.
Is there a second?
I will second that motion, Ligmers.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-2790, 8 Ashton Street. This is to erect a 6-family building with parking below grade, provide 2 accessible units via wheelchair lift. The violation Article 60, Section 41.1, conforming with
Hold on, Mr. Fortune. Mr. Fortune, hold on a minute.
Yep.
I understand that Eric and Costa, you are going to both have to recuse yourself.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
I just want to let the applicant know in this case, before you read all these violations into the record, Mr. Fortune, that for this project to pass, you need all 5 votes, all 5 concurring votes in support. You have the option to either 1, go ahead, or 2, defer to a later date when we can get somebody else to sit in so you have some leeway. So please tell us what you are proposing to do.
Hello, Madam Chair, this is Mike Ross on behalf of the applicant. This was something I hadn't anticipated, unfortunately, and I think what we should do here is defer given that situation.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
I second that motion. Baraza.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Can we find a date when Hansi's sitting and Eric is not able to sit? Do we have those dates in place, Eric and Hansi?
We do have those dates.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Hansi. I just don't have them in front of me.
I believe I'm on in 2 weeks.
February 23rd, I think, is the.
Okay. So
That might already be a full agenda. Madam Chair, if you would like, we can add it to that.
no, if we're full, let's see the next date after.
Madam Chair, we're not in until April for open dates.
Okay, and April, Eric, are you sitting both dates or will Hansi be sitting?
I apologize. I'm trying to bring up my schedule that I sent around, but I just don't remember right offhand.
Or Costa, will you be out in April?
I'll be available in April.
Okay.
I have the dates in front of me. I'm on February 23rd and March 23rd, and then June 22nd.
Okay, how's the March 23rd schedule looking?
I think we can put one on there. I think that's more reasonable.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay, is that okay, Mr. Fortune?
Whatever your pleasure is.
Okay.
March 23rd it is.
Okay, so we're going to see you March
At 12:30.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the next case, calling BOA 1117723, 32 Norwood Street. This is erect an 8-unit residential dwelling on 6,439 square feet. The violation is Article 65, Section 16, the floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Moranci, 1 second, please. Madam Chairman, I recuse myself on this matter as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I represent the owner and developer of the property. My client's name is Ted Ahern. Madam Chair, members, this is an application to demolish an existing single-family dwelling on a lot of approximately 6,400 square feet at 32 Norwood Street in Dorchester. The relevant zoning district here is NS, neighborhood shopping. In reality, this area is kind of an amalgam of both neighborhood shopping, community commercial, residential, and even some local industrial, as the board can see from this photo. The site is the green roof building, which is across from the storage facility. The proposed building would be a 4-story building, but it's a 3-story building with a 4th-story roof structure, which is actually a part of one unit only, Unit 6, and I'll explain that as we move on. But as for the units, all but Unit 6 are 1-bedroom units, and their sizes range from 750 to 779 square feet. Unit 6 would be a 2-bedroom unit of 1,509 square feet. One of those bedrooms would be a bedroom suite on the top floor. This does not result in a height violation. The maximum building height here is 40 feet. This building comes in at just under 40 feet. And the reason for this bedroom suite is because of the building's location. It has virtually unobstructed views of the water. So Unit 6 with the bedroom suite on the 4th floor would be able to take advantage of those views. Relief is required for the FAR. The cited FAR on the plan set is 1.29. The maximum in the district is 1. The plan set actually does refer to the lot size of 6,000 square feet. It's a bit over that. So the FAR is actually closer to 1.2. There's a violation for insufficient off-street parking. For the 8 units, 8 spaces are required. 10 spaces are required and 8 parking spaces are being proposed. This is an elevator building, which again goes to this rooftop portion of Unit 6, because there was going to be an elevator override on the roof anyway in that location. So it made sense to actually take advantage of the views by putting a bedroom suite adjacent to the elevator head house to create additional space for Unit 6. With that, I'll pause and take any questions the members may have.
Counselor, Colette, can you show us the rendering, please? The street view? Okay. So Counselor, that is a bedroom suite up there with the head house. Is there going to be any additional decking up there?
No, none proposed. It is a bedroom. It is a bedroom with an ensuite bath for Unit 6, and as I said, it's actually connected to the elevator override to form a single rooftop structure, and it's accessed by stairs up from Unit 6 below.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. Counselor, just one question. Does the elevator go to the 6th or to the upper level of the 6th unit? Doesn't look like it. I just wanted to check on that. Looks like it stops at the 3rd floor.
That is correct from my read of the plans and obviously from yours, Mr. Robinson. I see the elevator. In other words, it's just the override portion, which is on that 4th-story level.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Vandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant contacted his direct abutters and reached out to Hopes Hill Neighborhood Association, and no concerns were raised in either instance. We'd like to go on record in support, but would ask for continued BPDA design review. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office, Council's office would like to go on record in support.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 112-2360, 1700 Dorchester Avenue. Case BOA 1122400, 1710 Dorchester Avenue. This is for 1700. This is to erect a new 4-story, 25-unit residential building on combined lots in conjunction with 1710 Dorchester Ave to create an 11-unit residential building. The violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 1, off-street loading is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot area for additional dwelling units is sufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient.
Let's turn the camera off for a second.
Excuse me? This is for 1710 Dorchester Ave, erecting new 4-story, 11-unit residential building to be on combined lots with 1700 Dorchester Ave. Violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 65, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, front yards insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yards insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Patrick Mahoney. I'm the applicant with the business address of 160 Federal Street. And also on the call is Arthur Chu, and from Arthur Chu's office, David Freed is the architect of record. Madam Chair, members of the board, the two applications are tied together. However, they are two separate zoning decisions. They're tied together through one Article 80 small project review application consisting of 1700 Dorchester Ave and 1710. 1700 is a 25-unit rental building with a small commercial component on the first floor. I think I'll present in logical format with 1700 first. Both parcels are on Dorchester Ave, separated by King Street. They are located at the intersection of King Street and Dorchester Ave. In front of us, we can see the site survey for 1700 Dorchester Ave with the proposed building on it. The violations, as mentioned, is off-street parking and loading insufficient. The required parking spaces here would be 39 parking spaces. We're providing 12. The lot area, additional unit areas was insufficient. The requirement would have been 22,000 square feet. The lot size for 1700 Dorchester Ave is 11,416 square feet. The floor area ratio for this area in zoning subdistrict MFR-LS is 1.0, and the proposed floor area ratio is 2.5. The building height is excessive in stories and vertical distance above grade. The story height for Article 65 is 3. We are proposing with 4 stories as presented, and the height allowed under the zoning code is 35 feet, and our height for this building is 42 feet. Usable open space is 10,000 square feet as required, which is 400 per unit. and we have 2,200 square feet for 1,700 Dorchester Ave. And the front yard is insufficient. We've been cited for that. It does meet building alignment, with the exception of it's actually stepped back further than building alignment, so that's what we're appealing. The front yard is proposed at 1 feet 7 inches. The existing building alignment on that block is 0. And under the code, the minimum could also be 5. So because we're not 0 or 5, we are seeking relief for that. And the side yard requirement is 10 feet, and we have existing building alignment on the King Street side, but we are seeking relief on the attached building side where there's a 5-foot side yard. The rear yard requirement here is 10 feet through shallow lot exception under the application of additional building requirements. And we do have a 10-foot side yard. However, we were cited, and I think largely because of the shape of the lot. In the furthest point, the shallow lot exception would be slightly less. It would be seeking a variance for a few inches in that portion of the yard. And the open space, as you can see on this portion, is allocated to the rear, which is 10 feet all the way to the parallel to Dorchester outside. Just taking us through the program somewhat quickly, the vehicle access, egress and ingress is on and off of King Street. The current ingress and egress for the site is a curb cut on both King Street and Dorchester Ave. So the BPDA Transportation Department of BPDA had recommended that we close the curb cut on Dorchester Ave and relocate the curb cut and reduce the existing curb cut on King Street. So that is being done to show a single drive aisle to access the 12 parking spaces. The garage door on this side is translucent material, which has been a recommendation and a design recommendation by the ZBA. On the first floor.
Counselor, couple of questions.
Sure.
Is there a roof deck proposed, is the first question? And the second question is, can you give us a breakdown on the units and the unit sizes?
Sorry. Madam Chair, there is not a roof deck proposed. The unit breakdown is as follows. There is one studio, and worth noting, all units comply with standard metro unit sizes of the previous Cairo Shen letter, as well as the more recent letter by Michael Canizzo 2 years ago. The studio is one of them, is 537 square feet. There is 15 one-bedroom units, and they range from 660 square feet to 818 square feet. The minimum being 625. Our smallest is 660. On the 2-bedroom units, all have 2 baths, and the minimum unit size that we have for 2-bed is 850 square feet to approximately 930 square feet, and the standard metro size is 825. So all of our units are above the standard metro size by at least 10%.
Okay, and it looks like you have bicycle storage room, and of course this is an elevator building. Okay, tell us about 1710 Dorchester, please.
Yeah, 1710 is the next line, and that is directly across the street at the same intersection of King Street and Dorchester Ave. And then and just to go over the violation, so I'll do it sort of in inverse order. The breakup of this building, there is 2 affordable units, and this is a condo building, so these affordable units will be for sale. There was 3 affordable units in a rental building, just as it's worth noting. There's 3 one-bedroom units, and they range between 745 square feet to 823 square feet. And there is 8 2-bedroom units, which range between 840 square feet to 969 square feet. The parking here is accessed from the rear yard. So the driveway comes in off of King Street. Currently, there's a parking lot on this site. So the existing curb cut, which is wider than typically would be approved, is being closed and relocated to the end of the lot where it joins the abutting 3-family. Vehicle ingress will go along the rear yard and enter into the first floor of the parking garage. So fortunately, that garage door does not face the street. There is no commercial component to 1710 Dorchester Ave. It is simply 11 condo units, as you can see down here. There is no roof deck on this building. The off-street parking requirement here, we're also getting relief for off-street parking. There's 14 parking spaces required. We are seeking to add 8 parking spaces. We're also seeking relief for additional dwelling units, or lot area for dwelling units. The lot size required for that would be 11,000 square feet. This is a 6,027 square foot lot. And the floor area ratio is similarly 1.0 and the proposed is 2.3. And building height in stories and grade, we are seeking relief. It again is 35 feet and 3 stories under the code, and we are proposing a 45-foot, which is the median grade. That's the highest point of the grade. It's actually, the median would be somewhere in 42 to match the other building, but there's a slight slope on Dorchester Ave. And there's a 4-story building being proposed, the first story consisting of parking and amenity space. Open space requirement, we do have 400 square feet of open space just to the rear of the driveway, as the driveway stops halfway through the building. And the minimum open space in Article 65 must be 10 by 10, so the areas that are not 10 by 10 are not included. In the front yard, just like 1700, we are seeking relief for that. It is existing building alignment, except it steps back 1.5 feet to 2 feet, so we are seeking relief for that purpose. Side yard is 10 feet under the code, and we have a proposed 3-foot side yard where it meets the adjacent commercial building. And the rear yard setback here is the exact same situation. With the shallow lot exception, it is 10 feet, and we are in our ranges from 9'6" to 17 feet as it opens up.
So, Counselor, what is the FAR? I might have missed it. What's required and what you're proposing?
The floor area ratio for this building, this zoning subdistrict, is 1.0, and for this portion, it's 2.32.
2.32, slightly smaller than the other one.
Yes.
Did you say that the abutting property is a 3-family on Dorchester Ave?
No, Madam Chair, it's on King Street, the abutting property on King Street.
On King Street.
Property to the rear. It's
And did
three
you say that that distance was 10 feet?
The minimum distance is 10 feet from the projecting bay. The maximum is 17. The zoning rear yard requirement with the shallow lot exception is 10 feet. So we're seeking relief for a matter of inches.
Okay. Okay, thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. I do have a couple quick questions, if I may. On the 1700 parcel, what is the setback dimension above the 3rd floor against your abutter on King Street? So the building comes up, I know you have a 10-foot setback, and then if I'm reading this correctly, then it steps back again up at the 4th level toward the neighborhood side. Is that correct?
It does, Mr. Robinson. It's if a ZBA administrator could please forward back to the previous presentation, I could tell you. I know it's at least 10 feet. And 10 foot would be the rear yard requirement for at least 75% of the lot due to the shallow lot exception. And then on the top floor, I believe it steps back another 6 feet, but I don't want to misspeak.
Okay. It's just not dimension. It does seem considerable. That's fine. And I think it appears there's a similar acknowledgement, although the building to the rear of 1710 is a much larger 3-family, but it does step back as well on that. Can you also just confirm the depth of the sidewalk that you're proposing on 1700? I understand 1710 is much wider. It looks like you're proposing to fill that in and also add a blue bike station on that side, but I don't see a dimension for the sidewalk on the larger building, 1700.
Yes, I know on King Street, Mr. Robinson, it is 8 feet, and as it turns the corner, part of our mitigation package was to increase the sidewalk to narrow into King Street a little bit, and then with the street trees. And I apologize, just give me 1 second as I scroll through and read my note. I know it's at least 8 feet, and I think it might be 9 feet. In any case, that where the area between the street trees and the building, will be increased to 6 feet, a minimum of 6 feet in that area. So where the proposed 3 street trees are, we're setting the building back an additional 2 feet. And in doing so, incurring a zoning violation because it's set back further than the existing building alignment.
Okay. Thank you.
The sidewalk width is 8 feet 11 inches.
Okay. Plus the additional setback of the building on the ground floor.
No, that includes the setback.
Thank you.
And tell us about that commercial space at 1700?
At 1700, the commercial space has been recently resubmitted for a professional agency use, and it will be a federal, no lease has been signed, but it will house a space for a federal elected official.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, hi, Madam Chair. I do have a question regarding 1700 and the adjacent property on King Street. Did you do a shadow study to see the afternoon sun, the afternoon shadow impact on the building next to it?
For 1700?
Yes. Given that it's so close and it's a taller building?
No, Ms. Berry, we did not. We do have support from that person. It isn't required under small project review. We do have a preliminary study, but that neighbor is in support and has submitted a letter in support through the comment period, all of which have been sent to the ZBA.
And does that abutter live in the house, or is it a rental property?
That abutter does reside there.
It does reside there, okay. Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This went through a full community process through the Article 80 BPDA process, and the applicant met separately with direct abutters, the St. Mark Civic Association, Greater Ashmont Main Streets, as well as other neighborhood stakeholders throughout this process. We're very excited to see the commercial spaces and the affordable units in this neighborhood, especially along this corridor of Dot Ave. I know there's been a lot of other growth in the area, so we're excited for this to be joining those numbers. We'd like to ask that they continue to work with the neighborhood as they go through the rest of this process, but we'd like to go on record in support.
Ms. Ambassador, anybody else?
Yes, there is one raised hand from Jen Cart. Jen, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Jen Carte. I am the most recent past executive director of Greater Ashmont Main Street and received specific authority since we supported this project during my tenure to speak to it on their behalf today. Greater Ashmont Main Street met in advance of submission with the developer and gave feedback on the parcel. The development committee has had these parcels as likely for redevelopment in our inventory of the district for some time and support this proposal. We did feel strongly that it was unfortunate that the developer had to put as much parking in here to gain community support as he did. We would have preferred more units and perhaps more height to make that possible to the number of parking spaces he included, but that being beyond our control, we absolutely support the redevelopment of this parcel. It was unanimous in both our development committee and for the 17-member board of directors. We did participate in the BPDA process and filed a letter in that context that I believe has been transmitted to your file along the way. And I would be happy to answer any questions about the Main Street or how this is situated if the board had any.
Madam Chair, I see no other raised hands.
Are there a couple of call-in users, Ms. Ambassador?
Oh, yep, sorry about that, hold on. All right, caller 617-307, been unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mino Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of dozens of our members that live in the neighborhood, want to go on record and support.
Thank you. And also caller 617-506, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Rich Moynihan, 3 King Street. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Reddy and I live around the corner on 21 Dick Street.
I am sort of amazed that this building is getting so much support since it seems to be violating every, well, not every, but a whole lot of rules that have been developed to make the buildings fit into the community and not be obstructed. I'm also concerned I'm concerned on the other hand about the parking. It seems like the parking is very inadequate. And there is a lot of trouble parking in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to register my concerns.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I see no other raised hands.
Okay, Mr. Fortune, any comments in the file?
No?
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-7713, 375 Cummings Highway. Just to combine parcels known as Wilmot Street to create one new parcel with a total area of 39,106 square feet to be known as 375 Cummins Highway, and erect a 6-story, 49 dwelling unit, 61 parking spaces. Violations, Article 69, Section 29. Off-street parking loading requirement, Article 69, Section 30.1, conformity with an existing building alignment. Article 69, Section 8, 49 units, use is forbidden. Article 69, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 69, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 69, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, building height is excessive in feet. And Article 69, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street.
Mr. Drago, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Drago, sorry to interrupt you. Madam Chair, I'll be recusing myself on this matter. Sorry, Mr. Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggers. With me, on behalf of the applicant, I also have Dan Artigis from Embark, the architect on the project, and also Steve Stoyer, our civil engineer. This proposal is to combine the parcels at 375 Cummins Highway and to erect a 6-story residential building that will include 49 residential units and 61 parking spaces at the ground level. As part of this process, we went through the Article 80 process and was approved back in November at the board hearing. We will also include 6 affordable units on site. The lot size combined for this project is 39,106 square feet. It encompasses 2 separate zoning districts, one of which is MFR and one of which is 1F 6,000. Our gross square footage for the project total is 49,840 square feet. The project abuts both American Legion Highway and Cummins Highway. All of our vehicular ingress and egress will come on along to the garage on the Cummins Highway side. The unit breakdown, there are 4 studios at 532 square feet. There are 31 one-bedroom units at 699 square feet. There are 13 two-bedroom units proposed at 964 square feet, and there is 1 3-bedroom unit at 1,025 square feet. What you're looking at in front of you is the beginning of the floor plans. So the first floor will house the parking with 61 parking spaces accessed through the Cummins Highway curb cut. We also will have a pickup drop-off space, bike room dedicated with 45 bike spaces, lobby and trash room, all in that first floor. As we go up to the second floor, which would be the next slide, that will house 11 of the units and will also have a gym for the building residents. As we go up to the third floor, that would contain 11 additional units. The fourth floor would house 10 units plus a common amenity space room for the residents. It would also house a common deck. The fifth floor would house 11 additional units. And then finally, we go up to the sixth floor, which does have a common deck, but it's also pulled in around at 6 foot 6 inches step back. Just to go over the violations that were mentioned. So use, this is an MFR, so an MFR would be allowed, but in the 1F portion, it is forbidden. Our FAR proposed is 1.27, and in a 1F, it would be 0.5 would be allowed, in an MFR, it's 1.0. The height of the building is 6 stories at 67 feet, and what's allowed is 35 feet at 2.5 stories. We have minimum side yard required of 10, we're at 3'2". Open space, 1,800 square feet per dwelling unit, we're at 437 square feet per dwelling unit. Our parking is at 61 spaces, and although well more than the 1-for-1, 98 would be required. We did work this project, so we encompass only 32% of the lot is actually going to be buildable. The rest will remain the open space that's there now, including landscaping as well.
So, Councillor, is this across from the fire station?
So, Madam Chair, if we pull up a site pic, you'll see that our nearest abutting lot is the Stop and Shop and the station along the Cummins side. We also have the towers, the rental buildings, sort of diagonal, and then Wilmot Street is across the 4 lanes of highway on American Legion. I don't know if we can pull up the site picture just so you can have a better look at an aerial view where you can see we're located. We're sort of right in between where the 2 highways meet along Cummins and American Legion.
And so that concerns me. Can you talk, because it's the confluence of a couple of things, the volume of traffic on both streets, the steep slope that you appear to have in your backyard. So tell us again how parking is proposed to work on this site.
So if we go down to the next slide, right there, if we go back, sorry, Jessica, you can actually, one more slide, please. This will just help to the site plan. One more, sorry. No, the other direction. I'll explain. So we purposely pushed the building, if you can get to the site plan, but we purposely pushed the building and working with the community across, on the Stop and Shop nearest side, so that it's away from the American Legion Highway. We cut that traffic entrance off, so we will only have ingress and egress on the Cummins Highway side. If we go back up one more, I believe we can just see the site plan. If we get out of the plan, right here, right there, Jessica, sorry. So, Madam Chair, you can see the building is abutting on the other side. So all of American Legion Highway would remain with the brush and the slope. So that would not be touched. The building would be against the other side. And that was, at one point, this project went from 85 units down to 49 units.
You know, Councillor, you know how I always tell you that I really don't care what applicants propose. Our point at the Board of Appeal is what the zoning requires.
No, I understand. We just leave all that area as open space that you can see there.
Okay, and is any of that in a floodplain or anything?
No, it's not in a floodplain. We did hear from residents with the Stop and Shop. Near on the call if there are questions around that.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. Just a small note, just wanted to make sure if you can as you go through the process, the elevator is located on the Cummins Highway. I just want to make sure that the elevator penthouse and the mechanical equipment associated with the elevator is kept low. It's shown low, but I just want to verify that that will happen. No other comments.
Yes.
And there's no roof decks proposed?
There is not. There's just, as you go up, it steps back. There's some common deck walkout, but not on the top of the building.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Drew, this is across from the cemetery, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is there's 49 units. What are the number of affordable units?
So there's 6 affordable, Mr. Ehrlich, plus a contribution to the IDP fund.
That equate to what? Because 6 is underneath the formula.
So it was 13%. That was what.
Right. So seven would be
6.37 is the amount that we worked out. So 6 units plus a payment, so it came to 6.37 units.
Okay, so you did the minimum.
Yes, and we also did mitigation with the community contribution as well.
Okay.
Will there be any, no, I shouldn't go through this mitigation thing because that's a side thing. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This project went through an extensive community process with the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Group, as well as the Article 80 BPDA process. We would like to go on the record in support of this project. Would also like to note that there are concerns around the size, scale of the project, the rental versus home ownership project, traffic impacts, as well as environmental impacts. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised.
Is that Lisa? Lisa, go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much. My name is Lisa Beatman, and I represent the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Association and the American Legion Quarter Coalition. We are located right in some of the pocket neighborhoods surrounding this project. And although we appreciate that the proponent has done some scaling back, the majority of the residents who live in the pocket neighborhood right in front of it are mostly very much continue to be opposed to the scale of the project. They are in the lowest point of the Stony Brook floodplain and had experienced flooding. The five-way intersection at Cummins and American Legion is in the city's top 3% high crash rate. It's virtually impossible to walk there safely. There's no good public transportation nearby. We would like to see a smaller footprint. Also, the majority of the property, 2/3 of the property is zoned single family, so the scale is in most of the zoning requirements is vastly exceeds them. Thank you.
Lisa, a question for you. Did you participate in the Article 80 process on this project?
The project originally would have been Article 80 large project, but then it was dropped. When they dropped it to 49 units, it went to the small project, which has less involvement. But they did come to our community meeting several times a couple of years ago.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have numerous letters of support.
Ms. Ambassador, other people?
Yep, caller 617-833. You've been unmuted.
Joey DePino?
Hi, yep, we can. Yes.
Hi, how are you? I was calling in support of this project. Lifelong Rosendale resident. I actually think if they are going to improve the drainage for that side of town, it would help that area. I also think that right now it's kind of a big waste of space, and we could use the jobs and the houses.
What's your name and address, please?
Joseph DePino, 2 Rosemere Court, Rosendale, Mass. 02131.
Thank you.
No other raised hands.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Lance Campbell from the BPDA board. How are you?
Excellent. Lance, are you speaking as a BPDA person or as a resident?
I'm speaking as a BPDA person. So I was the senior project manager, Boston Planning and Development Agency. Just wanted to let you know that we did have a process. The project did come in over a period of 3 years, and it dragged out from a larger project to a smaller project. We're gonna probably try to engage Stop and Shop to try and have an access point from Stop and Shop's driveway opposed to have a curb cut at Cummins Highway, to try to access their site. So we're gonna explore that through design review and continue to work with the development team. Other than that, we understand the water issues. This project has mitigation to take care of their footprint with regard to that, and they're also going to maintain the open space behind them on the rest of their property.
And Lance, this is not subject to any wetlands regulations, is it?
It's not. It's not. So the flooding here, Madam Chair, is problematic for years. You know, there's the Stop and Shop did their water retention. Everybody who comes here is told to do water retention. It's just one of those situations where we're just trying to get a handle on it. I believe the council and their team has, you know, sufficiently looked at this, and they're mitigating it to the best of their ability. And they also have their engineer, if you wanted to get some feedback from him. It's very interesting at the end of the day, but we're comfortable with the footprint is going to yield and that they're going to maintain the open space.
Yeah. And Lance, you know, I'm not sure we talked in a period of time, so thank you for joining us today. I do want to say what I've said to council is that from our perspective, we look at the zoning as the baseline rather than what the applicant comes in as a project. So I just want to kind of restate that. You know, just so that we know that, in fact, you know, the appearance of dropping in size, you know, has to be balanced against the fact that that it can be oversized for the community when you look at its aspirations through the zoning. Okay, thank you. Any other raised hands?
Yes, Sebastian Pierre.
Am I muted?
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, as to you members of the board. My name is Sebastian Pierre Lewis. I've lived at 21 Clare Avenue for over 20 years, right up the street from this property. I just wanted to approve and want to go on the record for my support.
Thank you. Can we have one more call-in user before we move to a decision, please?
We found caller 617307. You've been unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, mine operation with the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live in the area, I want to go on record of support. Thank you.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to support the project with BPDA design review.
I'll second Ed DeVoe.
Okay, do we want, do we want any attention to the access and egress issue?
Actually, yes, actually, I would like to add that to my motion, to continue working with the BPDA and I guess Stop and Shop, because I think an alternative access point would be preferable.
And BTD?
And BTD, sorry. Yep.
Yes, okay.
Second.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 106-9852, 66 Pershing Road. This is a finished living area in the basement. The violation, Article 55, Section 9, excessive FAR. Name and address for the record, please.
Chair, I don't see any messages in the chat. Not sure where this person is.
Well, we can come back to that when we go to the next case. Calling BOA 897-294, 76 Turner Street. This is a change of art from a single-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling. Also an addition, a rear addition of dormers, and complete interior renovations with 3 parking spaces. The violation is Article 51, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard setback is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 51, Section 41, parking access driveway cannot be less than 10 feet wide. And Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I'll be recusing myself on this one as well. Coastal League.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Drago from Drago and Toscano at the business address of 11 Beacon Street, representing the applicant Miles Lynch. I also have Scott Trenier from Chewin Company on the call as the architect. As was mentioned, we are seeking to change the occupancy from a single-family dwelling to 3 condominium units with 3 rear parking spaces. This will also include adding a rear addition, dormering the building, and complete interior renovations as well. The zoning district for this area is a 3F 4,000, and our lot size is 4,183 square feet. The parking access would be creating an additional spot than what's there now, is an existing curb cut to the building, since we're keeping the front doors of the building. The layout of the new plan would be a basement would house common utilities and individual storage areas that would go along with the units. The first floor, which is Unit 1, would have a 1,004 square foot 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Second floor would house Unit 2. That's a 1,009 square foot 2-bedroom, 2-bath with a front deck. And then Unit 3 on the 3rd floor is 1,163 square foot 2-bedroom, 2-bath. To go over the violations mentioned, additional lot area required 2,000, we're at 183. Our FAR is slightly over 0.8 is what's required, we're at 0.86. Open space required is 650 per dwelling unit, we're at 379. Our front yard is a pre-existing violation, 20 is required, we're at 9'8", since we're not changing the building, we're leaving the structure. And for parking, 3.5 spaces would be required, and we're at 3. It did mention parking access, so the driveway is existing, an existing curb cut, and it is 10 feet at the very front. And then as you go back, widens up to 11. There's a small area where the building existing bumps out slightly and brings it down to 9'8". That's why that violation was triggered. I can answer any questions that the board may have.
Colette, can you please go to the rendering so we can see what the street view looks like with the dormers? How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look fine.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to support this proposal. We conducted the community process. The first abutters meeting we had was on November 28th of 2018. We had a follow-up meeting on March 19th of 2019. The applicant had presented to the Brighton-Allston Improvement Association and was originally the civic opposed. After that, they took the time to go back and work with residents and work with the butters, and then presented once again to the BAI and got support. So we believe that gone through a robust community process with support.
Good afternoon, this is Maura McCrae from Councillor Breeden's office. Councillor Breeden would like to go on record as being in support of this project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Bob D'Amico has commented on this one, so I want to put it in for the record. He said the curb cut should be a minimum of 10 feet, 12 feet is desired. The width of the entrance to the driveway is 9.8 feet. And it leaves only a little less than 8 inches per side upon entrance. This could be a problem during the winter months.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a comment in terms of the roof structure. So with working with the hip roof, if you look at the context, most of them are 2.5 stories or triple decker. I would just recommend that it does go through that BPDA pays close attention to this potentially setting back the front to set back the front area, so it doesn't feel like a 3-story without a good typology.
Okay. Let's hear from Henry Braw.
Okay. Hi, Henry, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Henry Braw. I live at 22 Rapid Street, and I'm in favor of the proposal because we need some more homeowners in this area, and this development will mean that 3 more families will move to Exeter. Thank you.
Here's Andrew. Can I hear from Andrew, please?
Yeah, hi.
Andrew, you've been.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. My name is Andrew Peroni from 26 Tremont Street in Oak Square. I also am in support of this project as.
Thank you. May I hear from John Bly?
Okay.
Hi,
John,
how
you've
are
been
you?
unmuted.
I'm calling from 6769 Turner across the street. We're the owners of the property. We don't have any issues with it.
Okay, thank you. Given this information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review, and which should include Hansi's comments.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? No, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to Pershing Street. It's almost 3 o'clock. If Pershing Street is on, before I start the 1 o'clocks.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Carol Marsh, Helios Design Group. I'm an architect for Pershing Street.
Carol,
Business address.
Carol, we're glad to have you on. Can you hold on a second while Mr. Fortune reads the case into the record?
Indeed.
For the record, calling BOA 106-9852, 66 Pershing Road. This is a finished living area in the basement, the violation Article 55, Section 9, excessive FAR. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Carol Marsh. Business address is 116 St. Vital Street.
So tell us what's being proposed.
We're proposing to finish part of the basement of this building. It's a single-family building, the addition of about 700 square feet. It'll include family space, a guest bedroom, bathroom, and access to an outdoor patio.
So tell us about that floated ceiling height in the basement.
Ceiling height in the basement is actually almost 8 feet.
Okay, and are utilities separate?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. This is an extension of the living space for the family.
Okay, and this is a single family, right?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, and then, tell us about the height from the floor to the window well, if there are any.
There's a window well in the upper left room, which is a guest bedroom. That window will have a height of about 40 inches and a new window well for egress.
Okay, and then it looks like a garage will be attached to the house. Can you explain that?
That is part of an earlier scheme. The neighbors abutting in the rear had concerns about that, so that is not part of this project that we're asking for, only for the basement and the new access to the basement.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are sufficient.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Office of Neighborhood Services. The budget meeting for this proposal was held September 10th, 2020. The applicant received the support of the Jamaica Pond Association and the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the mayor's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, for the next case, calling for the 1 o'clock rediscussions, case BOA 1080462, 88R White Street. This is seeking to change occupancy from a single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling. Violations, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking loading. And Article 53, Section 9, rear yards insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matt Eckel with Drago and Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street. Today is Cathal Brady, the property owner, and Rob Del Salvio, project architect. As mentioned, we're seeking to change the occupancy of the existing single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling, to renovate and restore the structure and add a two-story addition on the right side. By way of very brief background, this property does have two established legal single-family structures on it, one in the front and one in the rear, which you just saw. There was a strong community sentiment at the beginning of this process to keep both structures, as they do have historical significance to East Boston and the Eagle Hill community. So we are proposing to do that, and this project in front of you today only involves the rear structure. The proposed addition will be a two-story addition and will essentially line up with the existing structure. And you'll be able to see that on page A001 when we get there. We'll be approximately an 11-foot right side setback where 2.5 feet is required. The zoning subdistrict is a 2F2000, and our total lot size is 5,550 square feet. Just to run through the unit breakdown, the first floor will contain unit 1, which will be approximately 1,050 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And just to point out here, what you're looking at, that shaded area right in the middle, that would be the proposed addition. So there already is a slight bump out on this structure. We're proposing to push it about 4 feet further out and then kind of round it off. So that's where you can see the 11-foot side unit setback. Jumping back to the unit breakdown, the second floor will house unit 2, which will be approximately 859 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit. In terms of the violations, we do have a rear yard violation. You can see right there as well how we're essentially lining up with the additional, existing structure. The existing structure is on the lot line right now. We're proposing a 1.1 foot rear setback. So we need relief for the rear yard, but we're actually slightly in from the existing conditions. We also need one additional parking space, which we do not have. And then the two other violations are iPod and roof structure restriction. With that, doesn't take any questions or comments from the board.
Was this addressed before this board in the past?
It was, Madam Chair. We previously appeared with a much larger addition, and we were seeking to go from a 1-family to a 3-family. So we removed 1 story. Previously it was a 3-story addition, so we're down to 2. We bumped right side setback from 5 feet to the 11 feet, and we eliminated one of the proposed units. So it was approved previously as a renovation project, but the addition, as it was currently constituted back then, was not part of the approval. So we're now before you with a smaller, more modest addition.
And tell us how circulation is going to be working on these 2 parcels on the same lot?
Sure. So there are the existing structure as is. currently has a walkway around the right side. There's about an 11-foot clearance. So you can see on this picture right now, you can see how the walkways come out of both front doors. Goes to the right, and then it kind of L's to walk to the front towards White Street. So it'll work essentially the same. There'll just be a second front door now as opposed to the first. There'll be a dedicated walkway for future residents as well as some open space.
So this will be altogether 3 units on this lot?
That is correct, yes. One in the front, which has already been renovated, historical renovation, and then the 2-family in the back as we're proposing.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the Office of Neighborhood Services held two abutters meetings where the applicant addressed several of the concerns of the abutters. Based on the community feedback, they reduced the number of story additions and the number of units, and also agreed to preserve both existing structures. We also received 13 letters of support from abutters and residents of Eagle Hill. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have raised hands.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask, Lena, was this approved through the Eagle Hill Civic Association?
So it was approved, when they went to Eagle Hill, it was both projects, like 88 and 88R white. So, and then they came to the board and was approved half of the project, but they didn't go back to Eagle Hill. We just did abutters meetings for the second proposal. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
May I hear from Brian, please?
Okay, 1 second. Brian, you've been unmuted? Brian, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Palmer. And I'm a resident of 63 number 2. As direct abutters, we strongly oppose this project. It imposes significant burdens on 63 and 61 Putnam, and it offers no offsetting public benefits to justify the variances they see. I was at both abutter meetings, and neither of them went very well, so I'm not sure where the sense of support is coming from. The extent of the proposed addition would negatively impact our light and our privacy. Our light comes exclusively from the front and rear. Their design would eliminate the current buffer between our buildings and the carriage house, and the expansion would cast shadows that would extend into our living spaces for much of the year. Additionally, the community has expressed a desire to preserve the historical character of the existing carriage house, which we support, but the proposed design does that only for the side facing the high school. Neither we nor the other direct abutters, on whom they are encroaching, get the benefits of seeing the historical structure. This would be possible if they refurbished the existing structure as is or made a more modest expansion.
Brian, thank you. We just have a number of other people to hear from. May I hear from the call-in user number 14?
Oh, sure, yep. Caller 14-617-775, you've been unmuted.
Yes, how are you, Madam Chair? I'd like to go on record. My name is Charles DePrue, 100 White Street, which is a couple doors over from the proposed project. I've known the area very well. I actually own the abutting houses in the past to this carriage house. I built a 4-unit building right behind it, and I had to do my own repairs and reshingling of it because it was left there for years in disrepair.
So sir, are you in support or in opposition?
I'm in full support, and I think it would be a great addition to the neighborhood to see something that's been there for decades renovated.
Thank you. May I hear from John?
Okay. Sorry, okay, John, you've been unmuted? Sorry about that.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at John Walkie at 63 Putnam Street, unit number 1. And similar to my neighbors upstairs and next door to us, we're speaking in opposition to this project. I think the main concern is encroachment on the side, and there was a proposal put out by us that in the negotiations back and forth that was found lacking by the developer, but we think it's a viable alternative.
Thank you. May I hear from Chaz, please?
Okay, Chaz, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Chaz Fisher at 61 Putnam Street, speaking personally and also as trustee of our 3-unit condominium association. The problem with this building is that they're blowing it out right up to our rear decks and then going up 2 stories, which would cause both decks on both properties to be in constant darkness. In addition, if you look at the zoning for this lot has only for 2 units, which would be the first unit on the front and the second unit in the back. They're looking to further expand a non-conforming use property. And they've not demonstrated a need for that other than they overpaid for this property.
Okay, thank you. May I hear from Robert, please?
Okay, Robert, you've been unmuted.
This is Rob Del Savio. I'm the architect, so I have nothing to say. Is there any questions for me?
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please? You know, I know it's always difficult when you have 2 buildings on the same lot, because it does provide, it does introduce a different dynamic to the neighborhood when you have buildings piled upon buildings and reduces the privacy for the abutting homes. So I know this is a tough decision, but may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for approval to grant BPDA design approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm opposed.
So there's 2 oppositions. I too am.
Madam Chair, Hansi's on mute, but I saw her raising her hand, so I want to clarify whether or not she's in support or opposition.
My apologies, I oppose.
Okay, so the motion does not carry, so it's denied. Okay, so may I go to the next case?
Calling the next case, calling BOA 104-3407, 132 Marginal Street. This is the combined parcels of 2,813 square feet of 2,813 square feet to create a new lot of 5,626 square feet to be known as 132 Marginal and erect a new 6-unit apartment building with 2 units per floor. The violation is Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the lot area for additional units is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the required height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the required height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, the required front yard setback is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the required side yard setback is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the required rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 53-57, 1 of 2 buildings on the same lot. And Article 2017-5, this is in the East Boston iPods. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Matt Mueller from Hugh Architecture, who's the architect for the project as well. Madam Chair, this property is located in the Jeffreys Point section of East Boston Marginal Street, which is the street that directly abuts the waterfront for this East Boston neighborhood. This proposal would involve taking the 2 existing lots and combining them to erect a new 6-unit dwelling. We are also cited for including or having 2 buildings on 1 lot, and I can explain a little bit about how we arrived at that. This project was originally proposed. This was a larger project. where we had proposed a demolition of the existing two-family structure. We were asked by the neighborhood to reconsider this project, which would incorporate and include the preservation and rehabilitation of the existing structure based on its historic significance, which we've agreed to do. So in addition to this proposed 6-unit building we're proposing, we do have the existing 2-unit building that sits at the rear portion of the lot that will be preserved and rehabilitated. With respect to the new building, Madam Chair, it will contain a total of 4 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom units. The average size of the 2 bedrooms is about 1,000 square feet, and the 3 bedrooms average at about 1,604 square feet. With respect to the existing building and the 2 units that will be renovated, those will remain as 3-bedroom units, and those are about anywhere from 1,500 to about 1,900 square feet in total. This project is located in the 3F 2000 zoning district as defined by Article 53. With respect to the zoning relief that would be necessary, first, the multifamily dwelling is not permitted in the zoning district, and therefore variance for the proposed structure would be necessary. I would point out that each of these lots independently meet the minimum lot size requirement for buildable lot in the neighborhood. In fact, they do also meet the 75% rule, so 2 3-story buildings could be built on this, consistent with Article 53. However, that would require the demolition of the existing 2-family structure.
So on that note, with 2 3-story buildings, how many units would be possible if the lots were separate?
There is a scheme that could permit 3-unit buildings on each lot, Madam Chair, because of the 75% rule that is applicable in East Boston. You do not require to have a full 3,000 square feet for those lots.
So it would be a 6-family all told.
That is correct.
And you're proposing an 8-family because of saving the building in the back.
That is correct. And
is this proposed to be a rental or condo?
These are proposed to be home ownership, so these would be condominium. All of the units, including the rehabilitated 2-family to the rear, would be included as part of the condominium association. So it would be a total of an 8-unit condominium association for the project.
So tell us how circulation would work on this site, especially on that building in the rear, and what kind of air and light that building would get with this building.
Sure. Yeah. So the setback, Madam Chair, I believe we do have the site plan, might be further up if the host can move back to the site plan. There, I believe, is about 14 to 15 foot separation between our proposed, 13 feet to the rear portion of the proposed building to the front of the existing building would be the separation. So the left side of the existing building, you'd have terraced landscaping, and that would remain as open space. And the separation from the rear property line to our building is about I think it's in excess of about 65 feet. So that would remain entirely open. I apologize. I think we do have some renderings up top, but I did include in one of my slide decks a view from the corner of Cottage and Marginal Street, where there is a community garden that would remain open. It's a deed restricted parcel. You can actually see it from the corner of this upper rendering, and I apologize for not having those included. But essentially the left side of the existing 2-family looks out over the rear portion of the lot, as well as an open space community garden that would remain. So the view from the corner of Cottage and Marginal would remain, and that would allow for sufficient light and air for the existing 2-family. With respect to circulation, Madam Chair, there is a private way or paper street in between the building to our right. In our building, it is about, I believe it's about 4.5 feet wide. We do set our building back at about, I think it's 3.1 feet at the lowest level. So the separation between the buildings at the lowest level will be just over 8 feet from their property line to our building. We do cantilever the building as we move up to the second and third levels, an additional 2 feet out, but that should provide sufficient circulation to access the rear building based upon the way this has been designed.
And is any parking provided?
There is no parking being proposed, and if I may, Madam Chair, when we had gone through the community process, we've been at this for quite some time. From the original proposal where we did include parking as part of the project, but again, that also involved the demolition of the existing two-family and to incorporate under building parking as well, which increased the height of this building a bit. We did hear a list of priorities from the neighborhood as to what the chief concerns were. Chief was the preservation of the two, reduction of the height of our building, reduction of the number of original units proposed. Parking was a concern, but it did not top the list as the issues that were sort of driving how we modified this project.
And a couple additional questions. Can you talk about, I see that you have a fourth floor setback. And then the second question, and so talk through that a little bit. And then the second question I have is, have you looked at any other option that connected the existing building to the front building so that it kind of picked up the form and flowed much more seamlessly?
Yes. Let me address first, Madam Chair, the fourth story. So we do show a fourth story, and as you can see from the elevations, that fourth level is set back substantially from Marginal Street to keep the bulk of our building in line with the building immediately to the right, at least from the facade along Marginal Street. There is a building that is 4 stories immediately to our left. It's just out of view in this shot, but I think you can see it if the screen is moved over a bit, or at least from what I'm looking at. The building to our left is at 4 stories with the slope to the rear. With respect to the your second question about incorporating this building, so we have heard a lot in the neighborhood relative to preservation of existing or historically significant structures in the area, and my client certainly wants to be sensitive to what the particular ask was in the neighborhood. The feeling was, or at least through the architect, was in order to sort of respect the existing structure in the rear and to not tamper with any of the detail that exists on that, to keep it sort of as its own and to do something a little more contemporary and traditional. I do want to point out that we did, when we went through this process, there was an ask from the abutters to the rear on the existing two-family to not include any outdoor active space on that second level roof to the rear. And we have committed to that. I know there's a letter in the file that sort of raised that, but otherwise I believe they were supportive. I also would point out that we worked very closely with the abutters to the rear and to our left regarding the landscaped area, as well as the incorporation of a new retaining wall for those abutters. We've also tried to work very closely with the abutter to the right. We have, again, moved that building so that we do have what we believe is a substantial separation between our buildings, considering the intent of Article 53 requires only a 5-foot separation between buildings. We actually, I believe, created more than 8 feet between the two buildings to allow for as much setback as possible.
And purely on a functional level, somebody moving in and out of that building in the rear, how do they do that?
So there is access. I know it's probably not illustrated as best it could be, but if you look at the rendering here, that area between the existing building to our right, the existing 3-story building right, our building, is a private walkway that accesses out all the way up to Webster Street, actually. So there is a walkway that goes through there with steps that go up to the existing 2-family structure.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson, you're on mute.
I was going to take that as a positive.
Yeah, it wasn't, but no. So I have a lot of questions. The plans look fine. There is also a proposed basement in the existing building. I think we need to talk a little bit about that. And then, I think probably we appreciate saving an existing structure. I think it's just, for me in reviewing this, it's just extremely awkward that we're just dropping a brand new building right on top of the existing building. And the existing building, while I think, the common areas and the living rooms, they do look out sort of to this one side. it doesn't appear that you're doing actually any work on that building to enhance the quality of those living spaces by maybe changing kind of the orientation and direction on how, instead of looking right in the backside of the proposed building onto both sides, as you mentioned, that I do think offer some relief to the project as well. So,
Through the chair, if I can respond to Mr. Robinson's comments. Mr. Robinson, I believe that the exterior, or the focus on the renovations or restorations, if you will, involve the exterior. I believe it's been somewhat tinkered with over time. It doesn't have a lot of the original elements, but this developer has committed to restoring that back to a much more, I guess, a better example of what that building should have looked like. And that was a commitment that was made in connection with the exchange for trying to get the 6 units proposed. And obviously the investment that's being made here would be invested back into this property. We can certainly look at reprogramming the existing layout. We certainly have sufficient amount of space in Unit 1, about 1,900 square feet total. So if that lower level is of concern, I think that, if the board were to identify that, that is something that we could easily either reduce in size for purposes of ensuring that we're not getting into that basement issue, or certainly deal